Thank you for joining and participating in tonight's meeting. Please be advised that this meeting is broadcast live and replayed during family-friendly hours. As such, we ask that you refrain from the use of profanity during this meeting. Thank you for your cooperation and consideration for our younger participants.
Calling to order. Thank you, sir. This meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for Monday, March 9th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan?
He's here.
Board Member Nishioka?
Here.
Board Member Matthews?
Here.
Board Member Gwen?
Here.
Board Member Brown?
Present.
Board Member Vang?
Here.
Board Member Nordyke?
Here.
Board Member Varney?
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy?
Here. Please stand and let's say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Councillor Nishioka or Board Member Nishioka, do we have any additions or deletions tonight?
Not for the Urban Renewal Agency.
Thank you. And do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
We do.
Okay, Mark Wigg, please come forward to the podium. You know how this works. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please announce your ward or your address for the record. Be sure to press that button so we can hear you. Thank you.
Try that again. Okay. Mark Wigg, Board 2. And I do want to talk about some opportunities that we have with urban renewal areas. I sent this email out late. You may not have seen it. But start with Mill Creek Urban Renewal Area, which you can't get to all those jobs south of the highway if you live north of the highway, whether you're walking or on a bike. It's unsafe. Cordon Road, no sidewalk, no bike lanes. Lancaster interchange, disaster for pedestrians. But there's money there, and there's the Bill Regal Park on the south side, and there's Miller Elementary on the north side. There's also Houck Middle School on the north side of Highway 22. And so the idea of allowing kids to actually walk to school and bike to school safely, that's a nice thing. But it would also give, you know, Mill Creek was set up for transportation. You know, that's one of the things that it's supposed to be doing. Well, here's an opportunity to do a transportation thing that helps a lot of people. The next one that I have is downtown urban renewal area, riverfront downtown, and also south waterfront. The city now owns all of the land west of the railroad, south of Pringle Creek, and but it's inaccessible. But if we extend the Pringle Creek Trail that ODOT paid $6 million to have that built, and then do another bridge from the Globe across, when you're on the west side of the railroad, across to the land that the city now owns. It's basically an expansion of Riverfront Park, and there's a pathway that goes all the way down to Minto Brown Island Park entrance. And it's already there. It's already being used, but illegally, because you can't cross the railroad at grade. But if you have a bridge across Pringle Creek, then we'll have a safe route down there. And that will probably help. Right now, we've had a couple of fires at the trestles, and maybe with more people, we'd have fewer fires. And then the last one I wanted to talk about was the opportunity to use the land that the city owns next to the Center Street Bridge. They have a lot of acres there. They ODOT chased out the homeless from under the Center Street Bridge, but where do they go? Well, they go back the next day. They were back underneath the Center Street Bridge. But if we had a managed campground, an urban renewal area right now owned by the city would be a perfect spot for a managed campground. And I'll help you with that. But there's opportunities here, and
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we are moving on now to the consent calendar. Board Member Nishioka.
Yes, thank you. I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. Counselor?
Thank you. The consent calendar consists of 3.1A, which are the February 23rd, 2026 draft Urban Renewal Agency minutes, and there are no resolutions, action items, so that completes the consent calendar.
Thank you. We are then moving on. We have no resolutions, no action.
Excuse me,
think
Mayor.
we need to
We'll
take a
vote.
Yeah, sorry about that. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Thank you. Board Member Nishioka?
Aye.
Board Member Matthews?
Aye.
Board Member Gwynn?
Aye.
Board Member Brown?
Aye.
Board Member Ving?
Aye.
Board Member Nordijk?
Aye.
Board Member Varney?
Aye.
Board Member Tigan?
Aye.
Chair Julie Hoy?
Aye. All right. Board Member Nishioka, I understand you had some questions for this evening's Urban Renewal meeting.
I do. I'm not, who is going to come answer? Dana? All right. I understand that Dana is going to be coming to answer some questions that I had. And I thank her for being here.
Hello.
Great. Hi, thank you. So my questions, as you know, because I believe you received them, are centered around something that I heard Portland is doing to support small businesses. And they're using, in that, they're using a combination of some general funds and past ARPA funds, but also urban renewal funds. And so I was, the questions that I had are, you know, which URAs here in Salem are actively supporting economic development within their boundaries. So if you want to answer that, and then I'll move on to some of the other questions I had.
Yeah, it's Dana DeCline, Assistant Director of Urban Development. This is a great conversation for me to have because I worked in Prosper Portland, the city of Portland, for 31 years, so I should know the answers to this stuff. Yes, just to give you that little brief response about Prosper Portland, they actively use their economic development, their urban renewal area funds for economic development, but they also have general funds, and they created funds through their ARPA during COVID to help with business retention and stabilization. So they have some creative things that we can't use TIF for. So you can't use TIF for maintenance and repair, like vandalism, but you can use it for development of permitted improvements. So there's this very fine line that happens with what we can use TIF for. We use TIF in River District, Riverfront, downtown, West Salem, and North Gateway all have grant programs, as well as Fairview has funds that is our grant program. So we do have $300,000 grants, up to $300,000 grants for capital improvement grants, very similar to how Prosper Portland, they have just they have several different programs, but it's all in the same way. They just kind of prioritize differently, but our programs work the same. In Riverfront, West Salem, and Gateway, all of our grant programs are up to $300,000. There's slightly different match requirements based on how staff have been directed by the advisory committees around prioritization in the areas. So they're more consistent than not.
You might explain what TIF funds are so that we're all...
Sorry. Tax increment financing is the funding that is used in urban renewal areas.
Thank you.
Good call.
I know that just last month, the West Salem Urban Renewal was adjusted to have that opportunity of smaller grants than they had before, and that's keeping in tune with the other URAs in the grant opportunities for economic development, as I understand.
Yeah, and opening up for businesses, that's kind of new within the last year for both Riverfront and West Salem. So it was primarily focused on property development, property owners as opposed to businesses, and now we've expanded that.
Great, thank you. So I think what I'm, again, trying to get at is, and again, I'm very glad that you're familiar with what Portland's doing, is I'm just trying to find ways for small businesses that may be slightly struggling to have opportunities, whether it is vandalized windows or maybe, and I even saw that what they're doing is supporting if there's digital upgrades or other things that are not maybe brick and mortar as we generally know it, but still might be in their, quote, infrastructure, if we can do that. I'm just wondering, is there any opportunities for us to look at, or maybe if we can adapt some of the policies within the URAs to be a little bit more supportive?
So I don't want to forget that we have our strategic grant program, which is security fund. So for the fences and security, specifically lighting, and really trying to help with reducing vandalism. So that's a special program we have, a separate program we have. So we're really focusing on that. But no, the internet website development that they have, that comes from general fund because it has to be permanent. So we can't fund it with TIF. If we developed another funding source, we could certainly create a program like that. They have a pretty robust technical assistance program at Prosper Portland that really supports city-wide. That's another issue about our renewal areas. It's based on the boundary. So any business that's right outside the boundary, we can't assist at this time. So those are the kinds of things that we are, currently, kind of hamstrung with, but.
So what I'm hearing is, if we were wanting to find mechanisms to help businesses, we would need to find it from other sources or general fund, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Councillor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Nishioka, for bringing this up. I know that our URA funding is a tremendous opportunity to help our business community. And I still remember Director Rutherford telling us how many millions and millions of dollars have been invested in downtown just within the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. You look at the Holman Hotel, Rivenwood Apartments, and there's a lot more happening. And staff have already issued a $300,000 URA grant for El Torito, the grocery store that is coming downtown. So I really commend you and your entire team. We're really excited to have a downtown grocer back. This is great news, and this to me feels like a perfect use of the URA funding that is uniquely available for business. I don't think a lot of people appreciate we have pots of money that are exclusively available for our business community. And and this is a pop quiz because it didn't occur to me to ask until Councillor Nishioka started bringing up. First of all, I love the idea of having as much flexibility as we can within the TIF rules to help businesses get to yes. I think that's a great idea. And I want to make sure that this is available whether you're a large retailer coming to downtown Salem or, a coffee shop with, 500 square feet in your lease agreement, right? So that's more of just a general comment that I'd like to make. I'm also curious, what is the rejection rate for businesses who apply for URA funding? And if you don't know the answer to that off the top of your head, completely understandable, but I'm just kind of curious. To me, that could be one of many imperfect, admittedly, ways of us to understand. Do businesses know it's a thing? Do they know how to apply? Do they feel that they're getting the information they need to successfully apply? And what are the outcomes? So I think that might be something for us to reflect on and maybe talk at another time when I'm not springing on you on the moment, because I know you work extremely hard and the entire team does. So those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you. I will say that focusing on businesses is something fairly new. We really did just roll that out in downtown within, I don't know, maybe the last 6 months. It came in front of you all. So we do have a staff person that has been very active in making sure that businesses, he actually walks the street and connects with businesses. So I'm pretty confident that the downtown businesses know. West Salem, it's brand new. So making sure that they're communicated with is really important, absolutely. And I don't know the rejection rate. I think the thing about rejection rate, it's simply about, are they doing something that's eligible? So, or is there funding available? Because, if the property owner's taking all the money, then there may not be any more available for a particular property. But if it's eligible, then it's absolutely, like you can have a sign, but it has to be permanently affixed to your building, cannot be a A-frame sign. So those kinds of nuances, our program staff would walk business owners through that to help them get to yes.
Madam Mayor, I have a follow-up.
Of course.
So you mentioned the last 6 months, but correct me if I'm wrong, there's a number of downtown businesses who have received URA funding prior to 6 months, though, right?
If they're property owners.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So,
I think that is perhaps a point of confusion. So, for example, have any of the downtown restaurants received URA funding to invest in improvements in their buildings?
Well, if before we opened it up to businesses, it was for the property owner. So it's possible the property owner did for a new tenant. That was one of the things we were trying to solve for. Is it can't, if you're only opening it up for new businesses, then what about the businesses that are around? So that's what we solved that issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews. I'm glad you showed up, Dana.
Me too.
Well, that kind of sparked another question for me, which was just, so you mentioned it's open in our downtown area for the businesses that aren't property owners are able to apply for these funds. Is there a reason we didn't open it up to a greater amount of our URAs, or is there an intention to do that, or?
Oh, so Gateway already had, that was already an option, and West Salem we just did.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
I think we're good.
Mill Creek is one of the only ones, but it's close.
And Mill Creek is infrastructure. So that I will say that's the one clarification. Depending on the URA and what the plan is what the prioritization of how the funds can be used. So it's permanent improvements, could be affordable housing, could be economic development, business support, and oftentimes it's also infrastructure. So.
Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you. Okay, so that opens up another question then. If we find another area that we create a URA in, what I'm hearing is that we could have the rules or the procedures within that URA to maybe incorporate a little more flexibility than some of the others have already. Might there be that possibility?
As long as it's permanent improvement. So I think that's the issue, right?
Okay.
So I don't think that there are any restrictions in downtown that you'd want us to be able that we couldn't do currently with the ORS for the state regulations for urban renewal areas. Okay. So that's just, we can only get as far as the state allows.
All right. Well, thank you.
Any other questions? Dana, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, then. We have no resolutions, no action items, no public hearings, no special orders of business, no information reports. We are on to adjourned. And I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Salem City Council for Monday, March 9th, 2026. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Present.
Councillor Nishioka.
Here.
Councillor Matthews.
Here.
Councillor Gwynn.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Vane.
Here.
Councillor Nordyke?
Here.
Councillor Varney?
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Here. Councillor Nishioka, do we have approval of additions and deletions to the agenda?
I move for approval of additions to the agenda.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwen. Councillor, to the motion.
Yes, we have a revised updated presentation for 4A and an added presentation for 4C.
Great, thank you. Any questions on that? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Vang?
Yes.
Councillor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councillor Varney?
Aye.
Councillor Tigan?
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councillor Matthews?
Aye.
Councillor Gwen?
Aye.
Councillor Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. All right then, we are moving on to council and city manager comment. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Councillor Tigan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I prepared just a little bit of a statement about the changes that we made to the West Salem Urban Renewal Area rules last month. So I'll read through that and maybe a little bit more detail based on the conversation we just had. Thank you, Councilor Nishioka. So at our last meeting, the City Council, in its role as the Urban Renewal Agency, approved updates to the West Salem Urban Renewal Area Grant Program, the first changes for this program since 2019. And I just want to take a second to highlight why these amendments matter for economic development in West Salem. The West Salem Urban Renewal Program has had a strong track record. The agency has issued 18 grants totaling $2.3 million since its inception, and that's leveraged over $26 million in private investment in West Salem and created more than 260 jobs. But grant activity has slowed in recent years, and the changes we approved at our last meeting are designed to broaden participation in the program. So the key update for people to understand is that we have a new scaled match structure, and so now smaller projects can qualify for a 50% match on costs as low as $10,000. This makes the Urban Renewal Program accessible to a wider range of applicants who may not have had the capacity for larger capital projects, but instead might be tenants in a building that have something in mind other than expanding the size of the building or its footprint. And this kind of grant is designed precisely to help our West Salem small businesses. And I think there's a lot of talk, of course, in West Salem about what the impact of our impending bridge repair is going to be. And some people see that as a problem, but there could be some folks in West Salem who see that as an opportunity to start a business in West Salem or expand their business in West Salem and perhaps keep people on the West Salem side of the bridge. So we expanded the definition of public benefit to explicitly include business retention, business expansion, and business relocation that adds jobs. This will give our agency staff clearer criteria to evaluate a broader set of projects, not just repairing or addressing blight, but business expansion as well. We also reduced the required maintenance period from 10 to 5 years. We removed the appraisal requirement, both of which reduced the burden on our applicants for the program. This is how it has been done on the downtown side of the river, as we heard from Dana, and of course West Salem deserves the same treatment. So I want to thank the agency staff and the members of our West Salem Urban Renewal Development Advisory Board who put these changes together and forwarded them to the agency last month. These are practical changes that lower the bar to entry while keeping the program's core purpose intact, spurring private investment, small business growth, and job creation in West Salem. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tigan. Yes, Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you for adding that and explaining it so well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Nordyke.
Sure, I'll echo that. Thank you, Councillor Tigan. Also, I want to share a couple of updates. Last week, I attended the Willamette Health Council's 4th annual Summit on Youth, Children, and Families. It was really extraordinary. This is a free conference that they put on at the Salem Convention Center. And I always love to say kudos to all the convention center staff. They're hardworking, and they always do an outstanding job keeping that place looking spotless, serving great food, handling all kinds of people who come from all parts of the state and beyond to that convention center, which has been a huge success. A city project, I might add, from many, many moons ago. And at the summit, I can share with you that there is a great deal of anxiety within our children and families in the community about the economic climate, about the national climate, about the impacts of immigration activity in the area. And so to see that reflected in other spaces, unsolicited, where youth are telling us that these are the things that are impacting them, it always weighs on me as a counselor. But the summit also gave me hope. The summit's theme was all about building resilience, and that's something that a lot of nonprofits and service providers have to understand right now, because we've seen so many cuts to programs who serve the most vulnerable among us. We've seen cuts at Church of the Park. We've seen cuts to all kinds of agencies who are doing work of serving our low-income seniors, serving people who are struggling with mental illness, serving children, and all kinds of other folks who are in need. So it felt really great to walk amongst so many other people who are all wanting to oar in the same direction and overcome every challenge that gets thrown at us. So that was great, and I really want to commend, once again, Willamette Health Council for doing that. And I was able to give a shameless plug and shout out for our REACH team, which was great. A lot of folks are interested in mobile crisis outreach, and any person who has worked with our unsheltered community will tell you there's a huge need for outreach services. Outreach is how you start the journey for healing. When a team member encounters you on the street, that is the opportunity to start connecting them with services. It is the first time where people have an opportunity to really walk through that door and make changes from within. And so I'm so glad that on tonight's agenda, we'll be hearing an update from the first amazing month of our REACH team. I'm so proud of our REACH team members at Salem Fire Department and Marion County. This could not be done without our partners at Marion County, so I want to give credit where credit is due. So that was one of the things I did last week. And then right after that, I went to Bridgeway. As you may have seen, there was a great write-up in the Statesman Journal. The Statesman Journal pointed out that according to the Oregon Alcohol and Drug Policy Commission, more than 74% of Oregonians with a substance use disorder are not receiving treatment. Where do you think those folks end up? And who do you think gets called for service? This is the impact that we see every day. The city of Salem doesn't run drug treatment beds, but we are doing our part. All of our officers, all of our firefighters, they've seen addiction firsthand. They're trained on how to advance the impacts or reverse fentanyl by using Narcan or Suboxone. Unfortunately, these are necessary trainings for what we see in the streets. But the reason the Statesman Journal had an article wasn't about that specifically. It was highlighting the fact that Bridgeway is opening a new 34-bed medical detox and recovery center. And that's going to be on their Front Street campus in North Downtown. And I was able to tour that building with some members of my staff, and that too gave me hope. This will be a center for healing, for mental health therapy, for medical care, for problem gambling treatment as well, and it's really extraordinary. So I want to give a shout out to Bridgeway. Thank you for helping to serve some of our most vulnerable residents, some of whom may be unsheltered, but many are not. It's not as if addiction is unique to folks who live on our streets or many folks who struggle with addiction or substance abuse at some time in their lives. So meeting folks where they are, treating them with compassion, and giving them treatment is how we work our way through this together. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I have something to share. I was privileged to attend the iLead conference at the Boys and Girls Club this Saturday, put on by the City of Salem and Marion County Behavioral Health
Health and Human Services, rather. And over 130 youth, I think, showed up, to high school age youth, to meet, to network, to get to know each other, to learn about the direction they're taking in their leadership roles. And it was just quite something to see. A great group of young people who started out maybe a little bit separated at the beginning of the day and ended up line dancing and having a rock, paper, scissors competition at the end. So a lot of good happening and a lot of inspiration coming from our youth for me and for the city. Not only the city, but the young people in attendance were also from Woodburn, Jervis, Albany, Turner, I believe. They were well represented. And West Salem had a big contingency, West Salem High. So it was a wonderful day. I also wanted to share just a little bit, I feel it appropriate to mention, an article in the Statesman Journal, which noted that Everett Kuntz, one of the original and most prolific carvers in Salem's riverfront carousel, died at the age of 86. He joined the team of carvers after the carousel dream was conceived in 1996. He and his wife, Dee, who preceded him in death in 2004, sponsored one of the original 42 carousel horses. Woodland's Crusader is a night-themed horse inspired by child suggestion during one of Kuntz's carving demonstrations at the Salem Art Fair. Kuntz logged more than 17,000 hours of carving on the carousel and was the lead carver on several animals, most recently Emerald the Dragon and Dakota Darling, the Hereford Heifer. The last figure he worked on was Sally Brown the Hummingbird, which is still in the carving room, where Kuntz typically spent 2 to 3 days a week. He said, I think for our carving, he was the rock, said Marie Bradford Blevins, executive director of the carousel. So, what a legacy to leave here in Salem, something to be treasured by all of us and hopefully for generations to come. So, thank you. Anyone else have comments today? All right, then, we are moving on to proclamations. Councillor Gwynn has a proclamation to give. Please come forward.
A what? Is there a handheld mic on the counter? Nope. Oh, there we go. It is. Now it's on. This is kind of awkward, but the person who was supposed to accept the proclamation, Justin Larson from Oregon and Southwest Washington chapter of the National MS Society, could not be with us tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and read this. So the mayor often reaches out if she knows or believes that someone would be a good person to give a proclamation. And I actually reached out to her on this one because my brother, I'm the oldest of 3 siblings, and my brother, who's 11 months younger than me, whose birthday is today, has MS. So I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas multiple sclerosis is an unpredictable, often disabling disease of the central nervous system that disrupts communication between the brain and the body, affecting nearly 1 million people in the United States. And whereas people living with MS experience a wide range of symptoms, including fatigue, mobility challenges, vision impairment, numbness, cognitive changes, and chronic pain, each case unique, make MS a complex condition that impacts individuals physically, emotionally, and socially. And whereas the National Multiple Sclerosis Society leads the global MS movement in funding research, advancing treatment, supporting individuals and families, and advocating for policies that improve access to care and quality of life. And whereas significant progress has been made in MS treatment with more than 20 disease-modifying therapies now available, offering hope and improved outcomes for many individuals, yet there remains an urgent need for continued research to find a cure and to ensure people diagnosed with MS can live their best lives. And whereas MS Awareness Week, observed from March 8th through the 14th, 2026, is an opportunity for communities to join together in raising awareness, amplifying the voices of those living with MS, and recognizing the resilience and strength of individuals affected by the disease. And whereas during MS Awareness Week, the National MS Society and local community partners will host educational opportunities, advocacy activities, fundraising events, and awareness campaigns aimed at increasing understanding of MS and inspiring action toward ending this disease forever. And therefore, on behalf of Julie Hoy, the mayor of the city of Salem, do hereby proclaim the week of March 8th through 14th as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week. I further encourage all Salem residents to learn about MS as well as educate themselves as to what they can do to support individuals with MS and their families. Dated this 9th day of March 2026. Thanks for letting me do that.
Thank you. Councillor Gwen, I think you and I should have a picture together for your brother for his birthday. Would someone be willing, some staff be willing to take a picture? Jackie, would you mind? Okay. Oh, here comes Courtney.
Great idea. Thank you.
All right, now moving on, we have no presentations. We do have a few folks signed up for public comment. I'll read 2 names at once. Please come forward to the podium. Make sure that the button is pressed so we can hear you, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please announce your ward or your address for the record. Linnell Wilcox and Lori Walker.
Hi, my name is Linnell Wilcox, and I live in Ward 1. With homelessness, it's easy to make correlations of chaos, crimes, and trash, yet there's also community connection, stories, and familyness, and I hope we see that too. However we perceive it, there's a lot of common ground. Everyone wants safety, less crime, more livability, and places for people to be. Meanwhile, people wonder how we've invested so much time and money and still have more people living outside, and they often correlate more crime as well. The growing numbers do not reflect that things we're doing don't work. The many housing and shelter programs have reduced livability crimes and have housed or sheltered thousands of people. Without those programs and services, there would be thousands more people outside. Each agency is accountable. They share impact reports that reflect progress and accomplishments. But all of those options can't keep up with the years it took to get here, and those things can't keep up with our broken economy. Meanwhile, we're implementing more sweeps. Like a balloon, when we squeeze one end, another end will stretch out. That's an evidence-based, data-driven result of sweeps. People can't evaporate into thin air or cease to exist. Sweeps create more livability crimes and make it harder for people to connect to services, the very thing we want them to do. Safe Sleep is receiving about 15 calls a day for beds from HST teams, outreach teams, and our New Reach team, and from other partners and people who've been swept. We can't keep up. Even when people are connected to resources, there are more people than apartments or beds. As we sweep Wallace and other areas, where can people go and how do we fund it? So we don't have to keep turning people away. Without plans for those details, any promises to reduce livability crimes and visible homelessness are just words and optimism that don't reflect the reality, challenges, and lack of money. About crimes and accountability, I want to emphasize that no one is proposing that homelessness is an exemption from accountability. Homelessness or sheltered, some people belong in jail or prison for the safety of others. Yet there's a difference between violent crimes and livability crimes, like not having anywhere to poop, pee, or exist. The recent city survey about livability didn't include any outreach to people experiencing homelessness. What if our end of accountability is proactive work to include their perspectives? I'm sad that we have to keep asking for their inclusion. And what if our end of accountability is shared humanity and continued work to help fellow human beings to have basic human needs met and more places for people to be? Doing that costs less than the circles we're doing. It reflects humanity, it reduces livability crimes, and it reflects the values our city is supposedly prioritizing of safety and livability for all. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Lori Walker and Patrick Carney.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Lori Walker, resident of Ward 2. I am here to talk about the REACH program. I am an advocate and legal guardian for unsheltered and mentally ill. I am speaking to 5B. I always refer to Oregon's broken mental health system. I don't think we could get any worse than we are now, but then I shouldn't say that. As a retiree from the Oregon State Hospital, I know the issues. I have supported a CAHOOTS response program in Salem for many years. I very much support the REACH response that has been begun in Salem. I believe with time, more people will become aware of the program and trusting relationships will develop. I am hopeful this program is successful in saving time, money, and clientele. I am thankful each time I see the REACH team around Salem. And if I have time, I stop and take a look. I am hopeful that Salem Health Psych Unit, Marion County Mental Health, and the Crisis Center in the Salem area are in the loop working with the REACH team of what, if any, emergency bed space may be available for any psych people or people who need immediate care that they don't have the options for. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Patrick Carney. It was already on there.
Hi, Patrick Carney. I'm with Salem Center Mall and other downtown businesses. I'm speaking in huge support of the REACH program. It gives me hope, gives us hope downtown. As we currently understand it, I'm looking for some clarity on exactly the process. At first, I think it was 988 that was recommended calling, and that's the suicide prevention hotline. I've called them all and gotten through eventually. We've had good response times. We've called in the same person more than once, and I'm curious with the whack-a-mole type of approach that we have to take downtown. If we're constantly calling in the same person, when do they get to the resources that can alleviate the chaos that's being caused downtown? I applaud the effort of the REACH program, and I'm optimistic. I've circulated information about the REACH program to many businesses downtown. Other people have called. I think it's well-timed, and we're hopeful that it can be either added to or held around permanently. So I appreciate it, and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, Jackie Roche.
Hello, Jackie Roche, Ward 4. You cannot see this, but this is a picture that a friend sent me of a somebody passed out on a sidewalk. This is over by State Street in 17th-ish area. And they have an alcoholic beverage, and the beverage is knocked over, and it is dripping on the sidewalk down to the street. And the person who shared this with me could not be here, so I said I'd come up here and say a couple things. I am really excited about the REACH program. I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation tonight. I said I want to say thank you for all of your efforts in getting this going. It's a long time overdue, I believe. And with that, it's things like this that break my heart to see someone in such a state of addiction. And I'm hoping that we can figure out a way that we are able to actually get through to the people who don't want help. I don't know how that works, but I think that accountability term can mean so many different things to so many different people, and we need to figure out how to define that and what the actual accountability there should be on all sides of this issue. Along with that, I just want to say thank you publicly to some gals back there. Hot topics can be contentious, and I've engaged in conversations about this kind of stuff on social media, and I just want to thank you guys for being civil with each other when we're in disagreement. You guys have a really great example that you set in front of all of us on how to talk without name calling. And I had a wonderful experience just exchanging ideas publicly with some of the people in this room, and I want to say thank you to them. And I think that we need to encourage that and try to keep name calling to a minimum when we are on social media, because we need that face-to-face. So I just want to say thank you for setting the example and just continue to do so. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. That does it for public comment. We're on to the consent calendar. Councillor Nishioka.
Yes, I move for approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Councillor Gwynn. Councillor to the motion.
Thank you. The consent calendar consists of 3.1A, which is the February 23rd, 2026 draft City Council minutes. 3.2A, acquisition of easements for the 16th Street Southeast Culvert replacement project. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, we have no action items. We're moving on to public hearings.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to receive testimony regarding a proposed code modifications to the tourism promotion area relating to short-term and accessory short-term rentals. The hearing will begin with the staff presentation first, followed by testimony from interested persons. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Kelly.
You're welcome. Let's see, I'm not the tech person in my department, and that's very well known, so this is going to be a treat. Here we go. And let's see.
Looks to me like you're doing great so far.
There we go. Okay. All right, thank you for holding on with me. Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Blakeshmidt. I'm going to put on my glasses as well. My name is Kelly Blakeshmidt, and I'm a management analyst in the budget office. And I'm here this evening to conduct the public hearing on the tourism promotion area. So a little bit of context just about the tourism promotion area and what exactly it is. So in 2019, the Salem Area Lodging Association, Travel Salem, approached the city and Salem City Council to establish an economic improvement district, or an EID, in November 2019. At that time, the Salem City Council approved that, and it was effective starting January 1, 2020. What that EID did was establish a 2% fee on overnight stays in Salem, short-term stays in Salem. And this is on top of the 9% city transit occupancy tax that was already in place. It is and was remitted monthly by operators to the city. A key difference is 95% of the revenue that comes in for the tourism promotion area actually gets filtered back to the city's destination marketing organization, which is Travel Salem. The city can retain up to 5% for administrative costs, so banking and investment fees, staff time to administer the program, mailings that have to go out, that sort of thing. In 2024, the Salem City Council approved the TPA to be continued for another 5 years, and also did an action to amend the Salem Revised Code to remove short-term rentals and accessory short-term rentals from the TPA at the request of the tourism community. At the time, there was a concern that there was an abundance of unregistered short-term rentals operating, and so the idea was, hey, let's pull them out of the TPA to allow staff in planning and compliance to bring these entities into compliance. In late 2025, so in past December, Ordinance Bill 425 came to you guys and was approved. And what that did is it also amended the Salem Revised Code. So that way there'd be a proportionate amount of objections if the TPA was to be dissolved. So essentially what that did is it counted votes as a rentable unit to be, or an operator's votes to be dependent on the amount of rentable units they had. So think, for example, a lodging facility with 50 rentable units, maybe a hotel, would have 50 votes, whereas perhaps a short-term rental with 1 rentable unit would have 1 vote. So this is key in that as an economic improvement district, it takes 33% of objections in order for the EID to be dissolved. So that's the last change that happened. So why we're here before you today in 2026, Travel Salem requested, hey, it's been a year, we've done some compliance outreach, let's go ahead and bring the short-term rentals and accessory short-term rentals back into the tourism promotion area. Staff recognizes that that's going to be an operational change and potentially a big one for those who operate specifically, short-term rentals. So there is a big notice of outreach done. So staff sent over 300 letters to potentially impacted parties in early February. That included unregistered short-term rentals, registered short-term rentals, those who were pending registration, as well as long-term rentals in case they were also operating short-term rentals in addition to their long-term, and hotels and motels. A notice of this public hearing was posted on the city website as well as the Salem Reporter. And finally, there was a social media push in late February, early March in order to garner more outreach. So as of today, as of before this meeting, staff has received remonstrance or objection from over 24 individuals representing 150 units, or about 6.99% of units in objection to the TPA. As a reminder, it would take 33% in order to dissolve. So again, recognizing that there's going to potentially be, if Ordinance Bill 426 proceeds, there's going to be staff support needed potentially. So a couple of things that staff has done in advance of this is performing outreach to major short-term rental platforms regarding this potential code change. So Airbnb and VRBO, to let them know that, hey, there's a potential code change that might be coming, and requesting them to collect and remit on their operator's behalf. We have heard from some of them, and others we're still trying to reach out to. Additionally, we've planned training opportunities between the finance department and the planning division, because often there's confusion between the two, for operators regarding various code processes. And so there's 4 planned trainings this spring. And then finally, the effective date of the ordinance, assuming it passes, would be the start of a month. It would be May 1, 2026. So that way operators aren't trying to remember what stays were under the TPA potentially and what ones weren't. They would all be for stays effective May 1. So next steps, we're in the public hearing process and there will be a comment period. After those public comments, there will be questions of staff and then city council deliberation. At that point, the public hearing would close in theory, and then depending on city council, move ordinance 426 to second reading.
Thank you, Callie.
This concludes my presentation, and after comment, I'm available for questions.
Thanks so much. All right, we have our first person who is signed up online, Angie Villery of Travel Salem. Please state your...
Please state your name or your ward for the record. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I actually had some slides prepared to answer some questions that you shared with me ahead of time. So I was hoping to be able to do that. I don't know if I can do it in 3 minutes, however, but
Angie, could you pause for just a moment, please? Pause for just a moment, Angie. We'll start your time again. We're having trouble hearing her. Can that volume come up?
We are experiencing some difficulties with the audio this evening, so if Angie could speak up as loudly as possible, that may help somewhat. I don't know what our capacity is to increase her volume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Angie, go right ahead.
Closed captioning, is that possible?
Okay. Go right ahead, Angie.
okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Nice and loud would be great.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm responding to some very specific questions I received from council, and I wanted to provide you some additional information as you consider this evening. I was asked about the return on investment and the COVID impacts on the STPA and any measurable outcomes between 2020 and 2025. Overnight stays in Salem specifically were 2.3 million, which was 85% of Salem and the Middle-Willamette Valley. Hotel occupancy averaged about 67% over that period of time, and visitor spending attributed directly to the STPA marketing was about $1 billion in visitor spending. Tourism strategy in other cities, so adaptations by competitive markets since COVID, and how are we sort of stacked up against that? So the focus has been on regional visitors. Cities shifted marketing toward drive markets rather than international travel, emphasizing outdoor experiences, so marketing highlighting parks and trails and outdoor experiences. Visitors really still show a preference for open spaces. Events and festivals, which are bringing in visitors and increasing overnight stays. Responsible tourism messaging, so this is really around destination stewardship and marketing of that, leave no trace, for instance, to protect our environment for future generations, and then regional collaborations. Travel Salem marketing strategy, this was another question about how we are focused on attracting visitors to the destination as a whole. So we market the destination first. We provide trip planning tools, including visitor guides and website listings that list the hotels, the campgrounds, vacation rentals, and so forth, so they can have a choice. Event promotion, everything from festivals, sports tournaments, and conferences. Thematic campaigns through our marketing division focused on historic and cultural attractions, outdoor recreation, family travel. And then the legislature, for instance, we provide lodging information to incoming legislators and staff who do stay in our market, and they use our hotels, and they also request vacation rental information. Salem overnight lodging demand, traditional hotels versus short-term vacation rentals. So nationwide visitors use about 75% hotels versus 25% short-term vacation rental. Here in Salem, according to our visitor profile study that was done in 23-24, 58% of our visitors use our hotels, 28% stay with friends and relatives, 7% stay in short-term vacation rentals, and 7% use, that shouldn't say campaign, that should say camping and RV, excuse me. Average length of stay is about 3.4 days. Drivers of overnight stays, this was another question, and this is, again, information from our visitor.
Angie, I'm sorry, your time expired. One moment, please. Okay. Do any counselors have questions or need further information? Yeah, Councillor Tigan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Angie, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you can tell us on an annual basis how much the STPA raises.
It's roughly $1 million, Councillor, and that has increased. Originally, it was around $800,000, but as we've increased occupancy and the room rates have grown, we've driven that number up over $1 million.
And if we added the short-term and accessory short-term rentals to the SDPA, how much would you expect it to raise?
Really not able to answer that question. I don't have good projections on that. That's still sort of a black hole for us in terms of having good data on what the room nights that they would drive, the rates that they're charging. Their rates are typically higher than our hoteliers. So there's too many variables there that I can't really project that with any accuracy.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Thank you again, Angie. Many of those questions were mine that you've already proceeded to answer, so I appreciate that. This may actually be a question more directed to the city staff. I'm wondering if you have any idea how the city will be able to ensure registered short-term rental operators are contributing to the TPA. Is that going to be city staff?
How registered short-term rentals are going to comply? We'll need to send out a notice, let them know that there's been a code change, and let them know that they're now responsible as part of the TPA. It'll take some education. So I think the idea, assuming, everything goes according to plan, if the ordinance is approved for an effective date of May 1, those withholdings and remittance and reports are actually due the last business day of the next month. So June 30th is when the city receives both their TAW information as well as any TPA information for the previous month. So within that time, we'll be providing education as well as those trainings I briefly mentioned. So that would be the process.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So follow-up question. Do you have plans for unregistered short-term rentals?
So as with any of our unregistered short-term rentals, it's going to be a big effort between the finance department and planning and compliance in order to bring those people and those entities first into that compliance and then offer that education. So that kind of is the process. I know in the last year there's been a huge effort by compliance in order to bring those unregistered entities into education and the code. So that would be kind of the process.
Kelly, thank you so much. We're going to come back to you after we're finished. Does anyone have any further questions for Angie Villery? Yeah, Councillor Varney? Councillor Varney, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Angie, for presenting the information. My question is for you. I'm trying to understand the purpose for bringing the short-term rentals into the TPA. What is the reasoning for it, number one, and what is the benefit that they receive from it?
Thank you, Councillor Varney. That's a great question. Happy to answer that. So the purpose for bringing the short-term vacation rentals into the TPA is to actually create parity. They benefit directly from all the marketing and promotions that are done. Currently the hotels are carrying that burden. However, visitors do choose to stay in short-term rentals. They stay in campgrounds. They stay in RV locations, bed and breakfasts, and all of that. And so to create parity, to make sure that the fees that are being collected are shared amongst all of the lodging proprietors in our community, we wanted to bring the short-term vacation rentals into that mix. That is standard practice. We have the second TPA in the state. Travel Portland has the first one, and they, as well as anybody else in Washington, California, or across the country, collect their TPA on the short-term vacation rental segment. As I mentioned earlier, we provide a host of marketing, all types of different things that drive visitation into the market, whether it be leisure visitation. We bring travel writers in to drive publicity and stories that are published about the destination that drive visitation. We work very hard on the group business side, so conventions, weddings, reunions, sports tournaments, and all of those that drive a lot of visitation. And so all of that activity that we're driving with these funds is creating demand at the short-term vacation rentals. So they're directly benefiting from the marketing that's done, yet they have not paid into that revenue stream that's providing that benefit to them. So this would create that parity and level the playing field, so to speak.
Go ahead, Councillor Varney.
Okay, thank you. Let's say if they are brought into the STPA, will there be changes to your website to focus on them a little bit more? I'm just asking because when I was looking at the website, I noticed that there's hotel lodging and there's some private rentals and some other things. And I was wondering, are there plans to maybe help them in exchange for this?
So there are a couple of different ways. As I have on the screen here, if any of the short-term rental owners or hosts would like to be listed on our website, they just need to contact us and we'll make sure they get on there. There's no cost to do that. As was mentioned earlier, it's been very difficult to identify the short-term rentals in our market. So we definitely want that relationship. We are ready to sit down and talk about the different strategies that we're using and how they can take part in those and engage in those marketing initiatives. And then we do plan, we have a STPA committee that exists solely to oversee how these monies are spent, and they are ratepayers. So they are the folks who are collecting these fees. So all the hoteliers and such. We want to make sure that the short-term vacation rental segment also has a voice on that committee. So we will be incorporating them into that sort of decision-making body as well. But we really want the relationship. I mean, tourism is only successful as it is collaborative, and we're all doing this work together for a rising tide. So we want the relationship. If they have any questions about what we're doing or how they can get involved, we have many, many different ways for them to plug in. So would enjoy them to reach out to us. Thank you for the question, Councillor.
Thank you, Angie.
Councillor Brown, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Angie, thanks for the presentation. My question is in regards to the short-term rentals. Is there a consequence if you're not able to engraft them in?
I probably would actually defer to the city to answer that question.
Okay.
Hopefully somebody there can answer that.
No, that's totally fine because we're going to come back with staff later on, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you again, Mayor. Angie, I believe this one will be for you. If not, let us know. How do other Oregon cities, such as Bend, Eugene, Ashland, the Coast, structure their tourism promotion, as Councillor Varney was basically asking you, when the short-term rentals are included in the TPA?
It's the same way. There's really no difference in how we market the destination. We're really marketing the destination as a whole, and all of the other DMOs across the state and across the country do the same thing. So we're trying to draw visitors into the destination, get them to stay longer. The longer they stay, the more money they leave behind with our small businesses. So that's the whole point of what we do, is to convert them to maybe a day visitor into an overnight visitor. So all of that marketing that we're doing benefits and would benefit the short-term rentals. And it's the same with no matter who is, which DMO you're talking to. So we're marketing the destination as a whole to benefit all of those stakeholders in the industry.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions for Angie? Thank you, Angie, for hanging on and answering questions for us.
I hope you had a chance to take a look at this slide that's on the screen here. In the 5 years, our primary goal is to drive rate and occupancy for the payers of the STPA. And in 5 years, you can see the tremendous growth over the shoulder season, which is the toughest season for us to market, November through March. So the STPA is very, very effective in driving that visitation. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Angie. Okay, moving on to Robert Gaynor. Please announce your ward or your address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
council members. My name is Robert Gaynor. I live in the northeast part of Salem, Maple Avenue. I think it's Ward 1, right? This is very interesting to me because this is the first time I've ever heard of advertising support for what I do as far as a short-term rental. And I'm speaking in opposition for this additional tax. I don't think it is necessary, 7%. It's very interesting to hear what the city is going to have to do in order to make this work, and they're going to have to increase their budget and their personnel to manage this. So it's really non-existent right now. So commercial hotels are separate entities than what I do. I do short-term rentals, and I rent, interestingly enough, to people who are passing through the area, north to south, California to Washington, and they prefer to stay in a place that I have rather than a hotel. They find it more sterile. And they also have people travel with their animals, their pets, so we are attractive to that group of people. Salem has a lot of home-based businesses that are not taxed. And I think this is a discriminatory tax. You can have a bakery, a daycare, you can have a print shop in your house, you can sell coffee out of your garage, and you're not taxed. I think it would be better if you wanted to raise revenue to have a business tax in Salem. I think it seems like a large lift to collect a small percentage. At 7%, I just saw that. So I'm just opposed to it. I don't think it's fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Gaynor? Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you for being here tonight and sharing more about your concerns. You just mentioned that you believe this tax is a heavy lift. You also referenced that it is discriminatory. Can you tell us more of why you think that?
I think what you're doing is creating another bureaucracy, more bureaucracy to track this. These platforms are new in our time, but people always rented rooms, you know, from the beginning of our country, room to let in the back of a newspaper. Those people weren't taxed. This is a tax because it's an easy way, because you have a platform now like Airbnb and VRBO. So, you know, so it's easy. It's easy to get money from them. That money goes, so that increased tax increases my cost, increases the cost to the customer. Hotels are different entities. You know, and it seems to me that Travel Salem, again, it's the first time I'm hearing that they cater to my business.
And one final question. How many rentals did you say you own?
It's my house.
Just your one? Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thanks.
I call Wes Holt, followed by Jackie Roche.
Hi, my name is Wes Holt, and I'm from Ward 6. And I have more questions than probably statements. My wife and I run a couple Airbnbs. One of the things she mentioned on her presentation was putting the short-term rentals on her website. I don't see any benefit to that personally, unlike a huge hotel chain, the Grand or Holiday Inn. My big concern is collection. I mean, we got the love notices, a little more heavy-handed, felt like Dad was taking me to the woodshed, but that's all right. I'm just curious about collection because we don't touch any money, $0. And what you're asking us to do is, I'm looking at you because I'm assuming you're part of the solution, is to collect money from our people that stay the night. So I think that's probably my biggest challenge is, do I agree with Travel Salem? I've used actually them. There are certain benefits there, I agree. I don't think there's any benefit to our short-term rental. And then the big thing is I don't want to collect money. And so how do we solve that? When I go to Airbnb or VRBO, they collect everything, they take their fees out, I get the leftovers, it's bada bing, bada bang. I have no idea what happens. And so anyway, that's probably my comment. So that's it. Based on what I hear, anybody know how many hotel rooms are in Salem? Anybody know? How many short-term rentals? If my math is right.
Sir, we can try to address that when staff comes up.
Awesome. Super. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Holt?
Yeah.
Councillor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming down to the public hearing and giving us your testimony. I just wanted to clarify, are you giving public comment in opposition to the proposal or in support? I just want to make sure
I'm really neutral. I'm here to learn. I'm here to understand what you're trying to accomplish. I am in opposition of me trying to collect money, if that's what you're going to ask.
Okay, fair enough.
And everything else remains to be seen. So, and we operate long-term and a couple of short-term rentals. So it's not the first door that we have. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Thanks. Jackie Roche.
Hello, Jackie Roche, Ward 4. I have a lot of broken thoughts on all of this. So when I read the agenda and I read what was presented, I like hearing what was presented, so it gives me a little bit more of a better understanding. My struggle overall, and I don't have short-term rentals, by the way. I have some family members who do. I have a lot of friends that do. I own a cleaning company, and we've cleaned for short-term rentals, so I'm very familiar with the industry just because of that over the last 15 years doing that work. But specifically, here are my concerns. I suppose if I had to make a statement right now, it'd probably be in opposition, leaning towards neutral, because I understand the reason for the TPA and support of Travel Salem, because they do a lot of great work. But the reason I'm in opposition is, first, for people who have a short-term rental, they are already paying the TOT or the lodging tax, is my assumption, is how I understand it. House Bill 4134 just passed and is expected to be signed by the governor, which will increase the TOT, the lodging tax, by 1.25% for conservation of wildlife. And so that already, they're going to get an expense on their stuff. So instead of 1.25, now it's 3.25 that they're going to have to pay. I was talking to a friend that owns an Airbnb. She said that Airbnb just reworked their scheduling their fees. And so now instead of the 3% host fee and then the guest pays the 14 to 16%, it is now a flat 15.5 fee to the host only. So their expenses, according to what Airbnb says, their expenses have gone up 12.5% out of their own pocket. And the experts recommend, according to their website, raising their new base price by 18.34% to cover that increased cost for Airbnb owners. So now, not 18.34, now with all of the other increased expenses, they're going to need to raise it up to 21.59% to not lose money. A couple of weeks ago, Myvang brought up the whole idea about looking at looking at rentals and the price and what can we do to lower the cost of price of rentals. And I think that this goes hand in hand. When you tax something, it gets passed on to the consumer, generally speaking, end of story. So what's going to happen here? Everyone's going to raise their rates. My friend said with this whole new change, her Airbnb vacancies have been higher, and she hasn't been able to get as much traction because the fees are higher and it's harder to attract people to it. So adding yet again another fee I don't think is wise. And also people like my family members trying to create a different way of increasing their income because they can't work. This is going to wreak.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Jackie? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Kelly, would you please come back? It's time for questions for staff. Who would like to go first? Councillor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Hi, Kelly. Great presentation.
Hi, Dr. Brown.
So my question, I kind of threw it out there a little bit earlier, but what is the consequence? If we can get all of the STRs, the short-term rentals, into this new program, what's the consequence?
So I think I alluded to this a little bit earlier. It really is a partnership between the finance department and the planning/compliance divisions. So they're kind of two halves to a whole in that. Planning and compliance work to first do that initial outreach to educate, hey, we think you're operating an unregistered short-term rental. Here's some information. Please come into compliance and register. And then there will be, several notifications that go out. I'm looking at Lisa. She's nodding yes, so I'm on the right track. And then once fingers crossed that they come into compliance, then that's when the finance department, that's when our piece comes in, and we kind of teach them about, hey, the transit occupancy tax, in theory, if this passes the tourism promotion area, that's kind of how that process works. If you'd like to learn more about how we actually get short-term rentals into compliance, I'm going to have to request that Lisa come up. So.
Okay, I got to follow up. So, sure. I mean, obviously, I think that's going to be a question that, several of us may have, or even business owners. So if you have a hotel that roughly has, let's say it has 50 rooms, I'll use your example, and then you have folks like Mr. Robert out there who has one room in his house. I don't know how much he makes. I can guess as to how much the hotel would make with 50 rooms. Is there thought taken into consideration with you have two different business owners, two different styles of business owners, and they bring in two different ways of income? Is that on the table for discussion too? Like, if there's a 7% charge, correct?
I'm not sure what Airbnb or VRBO charges for their administration. Or I can talk about the city fee.
I see City
Dan.
Attorney out of
Go ahead, City Attorney.
I can maybe add something to that. So there's different tourism taxes involved here. One is the state transit lodging tax, which was referenced earlier. The legislature just increased that by 1.25%. There is the city's transient lodging tax, which we call the transient occupancy tax. And then there's this tax or fee called the tourism promotion area, and that's 2%. So this fee isn't changing. So that if short-term rental operators are brought into the TPA, they'll then be subject to this 2% fee. They're already subject to the transient lodging tax.
Got it. So thank you. I know you're happy about him stepping in and answering that. So when we think about that particular tax, again, I'm going to go back to something you referenced earlier about how we're going to educate those in our community. Have we thought about how exactly we're going to do that? I know mailers are going to be fine, but obviously everybody may not check their mail. How are we going to get that particular feedback from folks that have one or two rooms in their home, such as an Airbnb?
Yeah, so I think this experience, we've reached out to both unregistered and registered short-term rental operators. So we have a pretty good list going, and we can get that updated as well. So that way, whenever this is effective, we have the latest information. But I had alluded and mentioned to some training opportunities that finance and planning are going to do kind of jointly to help educate short-term rental operators both about the planning and compliance portion of code, as well as any tourism promotion area fee or transit occupancy tax that would take place. And so we've tentatively have those scheduled for the end of March, and then a couple spotted in April. So dependent on city council action, we would send out notification that, hey, here's some opportunities. We could also probably post on the city website about it, do another social media push, kind of the same things we did to let people know about this public hearing this evening.
Right. And lastly, and I know we'll come back to this another day to talk about it, but I do think there needs to be some consideration or thought brought into this when we are trying to bring in unregistered folk. Because if unregistered folk or if they're going to say, well, no, if the city's going to tax me, then let them come find me, right? Because I can see that argument. Because if you have neighbors in a certain community, let's just say that community, let's just pick on Ward 1. We'll leave Ward 5 out of this. Let's just say they're in Ward 1. And if they're in Ward 1 and you have some neighbors that do have some unregistered Airbnbs, and there are some neighbors that really like their neighbors, they're not going to say anything. But if you have a neighbor that does not like you, they're going to call the city and be like, you know what, so-and-so over here, here's their address. This is when they leave their house. So a part of me says, some thought has to be put into this, because I can see unregistered folks simply saying, nope, come and find me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So, and I feel like I'm just giving so many kudos to compliance and planning, but they really in the last year have done a ton of work to really search for those unregistered short-term rentals. So there was a software that was purchased, and they do basically a crawler search on, various short-term rental platform sites, and they do a cross comparison. And so they'll notice, hey, 123 Main Street, for example, shows that it's listed for short-term rental. Let's send a letter out to 123 Main Street to come into compliance. And so that's kind of when that kicks off. So I think the city as an organization is in a much better place to kind of address those unregistered entities.
Councillor Tigan, since he chose your ward, you go first.
No. I think unregistered STRs are an issue across the city, not just in Ward 1. But I am curious to hear a little bit more on this collection question. So it's my understanding right now that whether you're registered or not with the city, if someone is using a booking site like Airbnb or VRBO, the TOT, the taxes that our city attorney walked through, those are being collected and on behalf of the owner and remitted to the city on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also my understanding that those payments come in one lump sum from the booking site without any information about what location they were collected from or anything that the city could disaggregate to understand how many nights were spent in Salem, how much was charged for the room, anything like that. Is that also the case?
Yes, the payment comes in one lump sum. There is a little nuance, but yes.
Okay, so I guess my question is, and I don't know how this interaction happens. This is my unanswered question, is that I don't know how much VRBO or Airbnb, how they figure out, oh, the city of Salem is now collecting 9%, and I need to charge that amount and send it back to Salem. Do we have a relationship with them in order to set that amount?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So we have reached out to those two entities to inform them about this potential code change. We have heard back from VRBO, and they said that, yes, this is something that we're able to administer and do and remit. We've not heard back yet from Airbnb, so we're continuing to reach out to them. We do have contacts there since they send us, the transit occupancy tax. So that is something that staff is working through, because we do acknowledge that that would be a change for most operators who use those two platforms, which is the lion's share.
So I guess that I want to try and repeat what I'm hearing, hopefully to maybe ease some folks' thoughts. We've seen email from folks being concerned about, like, I don't want to handle money. I don't want to knock on the door at 1 o'clock in the morning when my guest shows up and says, I need $3.74. Like that, I think we would all agree that's bad public policy and it shouldn't happen. So what I'm hearing you say is that we're in the process of letting these sites know that eventually they're going to need to charge 9% plus 2% if we make this decision, and then that would be automatically remitted back to the city, and there wouldn't be any person-to-person cash collection.
No, we would continue to work with those entities in order to bring them into that compliance and that education piece.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
The exception to that rule obviously being if you don't use the site that collects the payments, right? Just so that everyone is aware.
Correct.
And then outside of that, I had a couple other questions. So specifically with the voting aspect, do you, as a short-term rental, do you only get a vote if you're registered with the city, or do you get a vote either way?
No, thank you for asking this question. So the city really did try to make an effort to make sure anyone who is potentially infected, oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys, it's been a long day. Impacted, clearly I don't do this a lot. Anyone who is impacted would be able to object, right? So letters, like I said quickly, letters went out to registered entities, pending registrations, those who we've gotten from that crawler website that were unregistered, even those who are operating long-term rentals, just in case they also are operating short-term rentals without our knowledge. So in terms of the voting, we included all short-term rentals as well as the hotel motels.
Okay. And then I guess one other question. So with Airbnb and VRBO, between 2019 and 2024, so short-term rentals were part of this process already. Is that right? That they were already supposed to be charging this fee. Am I wrong in that? Because they were originally part of it. It sounded from your presentation until 2024 in December when we removed them from the SDPA.
Correct. That is correct. And I'm looking at Dan in case he has any additional context.
I apologize. I was having a sidebar.
That's
I didn't
okay.
hear the question.
Requesting information about the short-term rentals were a part of the TPA prior to 2024, and then the city council took them out.
Sure. So when the TPA was created in 2019, I worked with prior finance staff on putting the ordinance together, worked in conjunction with Travel Salem and the Lodging Association. And my belief was that short-term rentals were included into the TPA in 2019. Apparently, my belief wasn't shared with others who didn't think it was included. So long story short, from 2019 to 2024, we weren't applying or enforcing the ordinance against short-term rental operators. That's been a bone of contention with the Hoteliers Association as well as Travel Salem, and that led to the change and now to add them back in.
Gotcha. Okay. And then last question, because so much of this has kind of centered around getting people or getting these short-term rentals to register. What is the process and what is the cost for a short-term rental to get registered?
Now I really am going to punt it to Assistant Director Anderson Ogilvie.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Lisa Anderson Ogilvie, your Planning Administrator. To clarify, there's two types of short-term rentals. So one is an accessory short-term rental. That means you live in the house and you're either renting some rooms or you leave for the weekend, you rent the whole house, but it's your primary residence. Or there's a short-term rental, so nobody lives there. It's full-time used as a vacation rental. There's no other people living in the house. So, and depending on what zone you are, there's different processes for operating those. An accessory short-term rental only needs a license, and we have an annual license, but I brought the fees so I couldn't forget. It's $300 for your initial license and then $181 for each annual renewal for accessory. If you're doing a full short-term rental, the license is $800 for the initial one and $311 for the annual renewal. If you're in a single-family zone and you want to, again, use the house for a full-time vacation rental, you need a conditional use permit, which is about $7,000 to go through that process. It's a one-time process. If you get it approved, it runs with the land forever.
The fee structure seemed pretty reasonable to me. The conditional use one seemed a little high, but maybe that's just traditional across all communities. Is that pretty standard as far as pricing goes across all communities?
It's the standard fee for all conditional use permits, which could be for all kinds of different things depending on the zone that you're in. It could be for operating manufacturing use in an industrial zone. It could be for marijuana production. It could be for auto repair depending on your zone. The process is you go through a public hearing, and the purpose behind a conditional use is that the use is generally okay in that zone, but it might have a negative impact on the neighborhood. So you're going through the process to determine if conditions can be placed on the decision to minimize whatever those negative impacts might be. The city charges $7,000. Most cities charge between $2,000 and $12,000. It's kind of a wide range depending on what their fee structure is for conditional use. Not all cities require conditional use for full-time vacation rental in the single-family zone. That's what we've done since we adopted the ordinance in 2017.
Go ahead.
This is more of a procedural question, I guess, but are there different types of, so you mentioned the conditional use, is there different types of conditional use as far as STPs could go through a less stringent one in the future if we were to design something like that, or is it kind of
Absolutely,
it's
a policy decision. We could do a code amendment. We could not have a conditional use. We could have an administrative land use process. We could have no land use process and just the license. It's really up to the council and how we want to, if changes should be made. We do plan to come back in April or May this year with a full report on the code and what we've been seeing through enforcement, and how many people are doing short-term or accessory short-term, and then any kind of issues we've identified in the zoning code that we might want to amend.
Okay. I mean, I'll just speak to just from that piece right there. I think I'd be interested in looking at that in the future. I think if there was one thing that came out of this as a bigger issue to me, it would be that we have such a high conditional use cost for operating a short-term rental. And even, if I were operating one, it wouldn't be a real advantage for me to come forward and say, yeah, I'm operating one, let me pay you $7,000. It wouldn't be a super friendly conversation. And so I think especially as we're trying to get people in compliance, having a bigger conversation about that piece would be good.
Thank you. Councilor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Hello, Madam Director.
Hello.
So my question, similar to where I was a few moments ago, and I'll just say I'm in my ward rather than being in Ward 1, but I love Ward 1. So when I think about the business owner who may not see themselves as a business owner, but it is a business because they're making money out of it,
yes,
versus that person that has a one-room rental versus a hotel, is there room or discussion for that type of business owner to be exempt?
From the tax, you mean? Mm-hmm. That would be a question for Kelly.
This is going to be a
fun
fun night.
I won't go
far. And it might be a question for Dan. I think it would require a change to the code. Currently they're not included, so maybe there wouldn't have to be a change.
And Mr. City Attorney, before you answer, let me throw something else in there real quick. So when we think about exempting, and again, it sounds like I'm advocating for that business owner who has one or two rooms that they rent, and I really am. So when it comes to exempting, I'm okay with that person paying, but can they be exempted for a short period of time, like a year or two before they have to pay?
Council, hypothetically, yes, you could fashion the ordinance to delay the effective date for certain types of operators. I would just say that regardless of how many units someone rents on a short-term basis, it's a percentage of the rental rate. So You know, for a hotel with 100 rooms, they're paying that 2% based on the revenue on 100 rooms. The person with a single rental, the single unit, is paying 2% on the revenue in that single unit. So proportionally, it's the same.
That's good. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Nishioka?
Yes, thank you. I think this is going to be a Kelly question, so wonderful, thank you. Right person stepped up. So historically, Travel Salem has received 95% of this, and 5% has gone for administrative fees. Do you think that that percentage might need to be changed with the work that I see might be happening?
That is an interesting question. Certain years take more work than others, right? So like this year, there's more staff time going into it because have to write the letters, have to do the mailers, all that thing. Some years, it's pretty benign. So I think it depends on the year. We did a little look back, and every year we've come under that 5%. In the current fiscal year, we are over that 5%, but the idea would be, you know, by the time June 30th rolls around, depending on how much more effort will go into this process, we would be back to that, you know, 5 or less than %. So I don't think that there would currently need to be an adjustment, but I would not want to tie the hands of a future finance representative and or city council.
Thank you. Councilor Tigan?
Yeah, just to follow up on that question directly. So concerned that if we begin to administer this 2% TPA to the short-term and accessory short-term rentals, is that a new program? Does it require new people, or are the folks in the finance department who are administering the TPA already and the TOT, are those the same people that would be administering this program?
Yes, with the exception of things such as doing those training things I mentioned, like those few in the spring to help bring people education and compliance kind of outside the norm. So as you guys know, I work in the budget office. Typically, I do not work on the TPA, but that would be something that I would probably help out with, right? So that would be a little different, but day-to-day operations for just administering the program, I don't think it would be much of a difference.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, please. Councilor Varney, go ahead.
Thank you. It's for Kelly. Sorry. No, this is just a clarification about the voting part. It was a question I had early in the presentation. It said that a lodging facility with 50 rooms would have 50 votes, and then it says, whereas a lodging facility with 1 unit for a short-term rental would have 1 vote. So why is it not by rooms rather than unit for short-term rentals? I was just curious.
I'm gonna go to the city attorney.
We were trying to figure out a good definition for what a room is or a unit is. It essentially means the same thing, but you can have, in a short-term rental operation, you can rent out separate rooms within a house. And so if you had a house where you rented out 3 rooms, you would have 3 votes versus a single vote for that house.
Okay, that makes sense, because it's a separate business transaction for each room. That's what you're saying?
Right, similar to a hotel that might have 50 rooms, you might have a house where you rent out 3 different rooms.
Thank you.
And how many people can you fit into a hotel room? Sorry, let's not go there.
Can I just add a couple?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I wanted to address a couple comments during public testimony. The revenue from the TPA as well as from TOT, well, specifically for the TPA, the revenue for the TPA goes directly back to Travel Salem, who is our destination marketing organization. It's used specifically, it's restricted to travel promotion to increase overnight stays in the Salem area. So there was a comment that this is a revenue generator for the Salem, and for Salem, and we're doing this to affect our general fund or our bottom line. It doesn't go to that; it goes directly into tourism promotion.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney, I appreciate that clarification because I'm sitting here listening to all of the questions being asked, the public comment being given, and the presentation. And what I have troubles trying to come to terms with is that we heard from Travel Salem that it's to create, this ordinance is to create clarity and benefits the short-term rentals and accessory short-term rentals directly from the marketing that they do for the hotelers and the lodgers here in Salem, which is great, which is what I want. We want to attract as many people to come visit our beautiful city as much as possible. But at the same time, though, we also heard public comment tonight from the short-term rental owners saying this is the first time they're hearing that Travel Salem does marketing for them. Like, they weren't even aware of it. And I'm hearing public comment from other short-term rental property owners about this is new to them. They don't know why this is coming about, and it's a learning curve for them. And so, like, to me, just like a couple of weeks ago, when we had a different ordinance come in front of us, or different policy come in front of us, I want to make sure that when we create policy and we create ordinances that affect people and their ability to make income for themselves, that we do it in a thoughtful way. And from what I'm hearing, I am hesitant to move forward with this ordinance as it is and as it's being presented to me. And really particularly, I think something that was raised earlier was that we're not able to really give a clear projection of how much would be collected through the TPA from short-term rentals if we were to bring them in with this ordinance. And so, like, all of these questions just make me hesitant to move forward with this ordinance. And I just wanted to share what I am thinking as I'm sitting up here with the rest of my council members. Thank you.
Councillor Gwynn.
So, Lisa, my question's for you. And I think you and I have had many conversations about short-term rentals, so my question's not going to come as a surprise to you, I'm sure. I have followed the hearings on all of the short-term rental applications for conditional use. And it's my opinion that probably 95% of those hearings officers' decisions come back with the same 6 conditions. So to me, I guess that's my question, and I'll save the rest of what I have to say for deliberations, but is that not the case?
Yeah, the majority have the same conditions, which limit how many rooms can be rented, how many people overall, prohibitions on parties and that kind of thing. And then we'll have some where they have lots of conditions. We have lots of testimony about, parties or how the person's operating, where they're parking, et cetera. So we've had the last 3 we've had, I think, that will come to council soon as decisions. You'll see maybe different conditions on those based on testimony, but I would agree that the majority of them, we haven't done that many. There's still many people out there that are not in compliance, so they haven't gone through a conditional use process, even though they need to. But I would have probably done 20 or 25, and the majority of them, there's not a lot of testimony, and the hearings officer provides the same restrictions, yes.
Councillor Brum.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Madam Director, you just, compliance. About how many, like right now, are not in compliance?
Any given day when you look on the website for the third-party vendor that we're using, there's 200 to 300 short-term rentals listed, accessory or regular, and we've licensed, I updated the numbers this afternoon. We have 25 current valid licenses for short-term rentals and 4 more in for review. And then we have 30 accessory short-term rental licenses that have been approved and 8 more that are currently under review. So nowhere near 200.
Make sure I heard that clearly. 200 to 300 that are not in compliance. Correct?
Correct. And just because you're using the platform, you don't necessarily need a license from us. So you can use the platform and be advertising for a long-term rental, month to month, and that's fine. So we have to weed through those folks as well. But what we see is people say, oh, actually, I'm going to do long-term, and then they switch their ad, and then we turn around and they've switched it back to short-term. Or we see people advertising in units that they're not allowed to rent out. Apartment units where they don't have the owner's permission, accessory dwelling units where they're prohibited, things like that. So then at that point, it's just you need to stop operating, and that's harder than you need to come get a license.
Right.
So.
And Kelly, did you say earlier that we're trying to get this done by May, or am I making that up?
You are the decision makers. So currently the ordinance is effective for May 1st. So the idea with that would be for stays beginning May 1st, those the tourism promotion area would need to be assessed. That fee would need to be assessed, and then that information remitted along with those funds to the city by June 30th. So, but as the city attorney alluded to, changes could be done to the effective date.
Got it. And one final thing, this is probably for Madam Mayor or Mr. City Attorney. Are we expecting just to have a conversation about this tonight, or are we expecting to vote on it too?
You're expected to make a decision tonight. If council's not ready to make a decision, then you can continue deliberations to a future meeting.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. So let's go back to those numbers that were just given. This may be a joint question, actually. So if we're going to be having you speak to Airbnb and Verbo and explaining that if this gets passed, that there's an additional 2%. For those that are operating without a permit, they would also be included in that 2%. Am I correct then?
Yes, if Airbnb or VRBO is already collecting the tax for them and they collect this new tax, then we will be getting that money from them. Just in the kind of compliance situation of trying to get them licensed is handled separately.
So there's a little bit of separation here in the sense that there's one that we're going to be hearing about in April or May with short-term rentals, and then this is any that are operating through those services would see this increase if this is passed.
Correct. Yes. Kelly has more to say.
Yes, and if you are not using those two platforms, you are also would be required, if assuming this passes, to remit that 2% fee. So those are just the two big ones that most people use, but yes.
Thank you.
And I will just add that when somebody comes in to get a license, we require them to register with the finance department for tot tax. And they can either say, yes, I'm going to remit it myself because I don't use those platforms, or, oh, I use those platforms and you're already getting it. And we don't issue the license until they've done that. So this new tax, if it passes, will be part of that process to make sure that they are aware of that and signed up for that as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? How long have you all staff been at this process on this topic?
On enforcement of licenses or of the tax? Or both?
Both.
Okay. The city adopted our short-term rental ordinance in 2017. We hadn't done really any active enforcement until last year when we were able to get the third-party vendor because just going to look at it and ad online, you can't tell the address, and so it's been really hard without a different company doing that to know who's out there advertising, so we only responded to complaints before that. But we've been working on it pretty hard for the last year to try to get people into compliance.
The reason I asked that question is I came onto council in 22 and was on the Travel Salem board, and I know we were talking about it that long ago, that it was an issue. Yes. And that we do have a high number of folks who are not registering. And it's, you know, to put it simply, an issue of fairness, you know, equality across the board for what you're offering in terms of a service. The other piece, just to, and you can add if you like, but I think maybe these folks wouldn't have heard about it because they weren't involved. So they didn't receive correspondence from the DMO as to what it was doing for them or not doing for them or how they were being advertised for. So just to put it simply, I think when they weren't a part of it, they didn't know. So this education piece that you all have been working on for the last year or so has been an effort to do that. Is that right?
Absolutely for compliance, and I guess I'll let Kelly speak to outreach.
Yeah, so this originally was supposed to come to the city council late last year, I think, and it was pulled because there were some conflicting items on the agenda. So we started our outreach to short-term rentals in the fall, like I want to say October, maybe we sent out the original notice for when the original public hearing was supposed to take place. So we've been, for that portion, we've been trying to do a fair bit of outreach since.
Yeah, it's just, my point being, it's just not it's not a new topic. We've been out at this for a while. It's been council has been aware of this for a while now. So, yeah, Councilor Brown, did you have something?
One more. So, again, going back to those short-term rental owners who are out of compliance, and let's just say they've been out of compliance, let's just say for 5 years. Do they have to disclose that to you, A, that they've been a business owner for 5 years? And second, if they do have to disclose that to you, do we now have to retro and go back and fine them for those 5 years, or it just goes forward?
For the finance piece, I don't believe we would. I can't speak for compliance or planning.
No, we're more interested in getting folks licensed moving forward, getting them into the system, getting their inspections. We're not going backwards, and we haven't currently fined anybody. We spent the last year on education and outreach with letters and emails and all the things about this is the system and you need to come in and get your license and here's how to get your license.
Well, one of the things that I'm sensing is that, and I'm all about trying to make sure that, you know, people abide by whatever rules there are, right? But at the same time, if we have 200 to 300 that are not in compliance, and we've had 200 to 300 for as long as we've been discussing this, my next thing is like, we can be talking about this next year, and you still have 200 to 300 that are not in compliance. Would that be a fair assessment?
Well, I hope not.
Okay.
You know, we do have code compliance staff that are working on it, and like I said, we haven't been issuing any fines or anything, but you know, come about July, it'll be a year that we've been using a third-party vendor and sending rounds and rounds of letter and correspondence. So we'll probably shift more into active enforcement at that point when we're not getting responses from anybody, you know, if somebody's not responding.
Well, I want to repeat back what I just heard you say. Sooner or later, you'll have to come back to us, or not, when it's time for you to start enforcing when it comes to fines, sooner or later.
Yeah, sooner or later. And like I said, we do plan to come and give a more formal update on the process and what we've been working on, and some proposed maybe code amendments that would make it easier for some of the issues we've been running into, and we plan to come later this spring. Yeah. So that would be an opportunity for the council to give us policy direction on if we want to maybe change some of the processes that maybe or if that's, you know, what's getting in the way of people getting licensed.
Right. And the other final thing I would say, and this may be something Mr. City Attorney can add to, is that, you know, we have business owners like this that are trying to, you know, make additional money, right? And so, and there eventually is going to be a fine for them. We were here, last month or a month and a half ago, discussing business owners downtown that had also not been paying taxes, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry. Get confused on when the rhetorical question stops and the real question begins. You should
be in my head. So there are some business owners downtown that have not been paying taxes for their business, and we have not found out a way to get the money that they owe from them. And now on this side, we have some other business owners that are renting rooms, and we're about to start looking for money from them eventually. The reason I'm putting this rhetorical question out there is that sooner or later, somebody's going to call us on what we're doing, and they're going to say, why are you expecting these folks to pay, but you don't expect these folks to pay? And look at Ward 1. Ward was like,
Dr. Brown, I would just...
Oh, go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, just ask for clarity on your statement.
Well, I just wanted to kind of make a quick statement, and I'm assuming that you're talking about the parking tax, right? What this council agreed to reimburse all the business owners starting from July 1st, right? So nobody paid parking tax.
So we're giving it back to them.
Right. So it's not that we collected from some and we didn't collect from others, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you for that clarification, which goes back to the compliance piece. And this is not a question. It's just looking at those particular business owners who do have short-term rentals and finding out how we can, yes, get them to compliance, but also we want to educate them and say, hey, there's a better way. And at the same time, understanding that they may not be at the place where they can afford to pay additional taxes. That's the piece that we have not said tonight, is that there may be some that can't afford the additional tax. And the pushback on that, someone's going to say, well, if they can't afford to pay the tax, then they shouldn't be a business owner. And I'll let it stay at that. Thank you.
Councilor Gwynn?
My only question, in response to what Councilor Brown was just saying, was this goes back to 2017 or 2018, Lisa. I can't remember what you said. But some of these folks that are non-compliant didn't even know that there was such an ordinance and that they needed to be registered or what the rules were. So I do think that we need to allow some grace for that. So, and I know that's not a question, but what did we do as a city to make sure that people knew that?
Well, in 2017, it was in the paper a lot. I can say that because there was a lot of kind of angst about the fact that we didn't have an ordinance, and then if we were going to allow it, what kind of impact was it going to have on our neighborhoods and our housing stock? Again, we didn't have, contact information for folks that were running them, and we haven't had that until very recently. So we weren't able to send mailers or anything like that. I do know if you register through Airbnb or VRBO, it does alert you to the fact that your city may have ordinances that you need to comply with and that you should check with them. And we do have planners that work a public information desk, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, no appointment needed, and an email and a phone. And so people do call and ask and have over the years, but they don't necessarily follow up on it. And some have. So, every year even without us doing this, we've had 15 or 20 folks that would get their license. So there are some that were complying because they would reach out and ask us what they needed.
But they were not the short-term rentals. They were the hosted ones, right?
We've done a few conditional use permits for short-term rentals over the years, maybe like 5 or something before we started doing enforcement. It was very rare. And then also some zones you don't need that conditional use permit. So if you're in a commercial zone or something like that, you can do the full short-term rental without that more expensive conditional use permit. But it's, yes, it is true. Most of the people that were getting their licenses were doing the accessory short-term rentals, yes.
Councilor Matthews, did you have something?
If I did, it was a while ago, and I've forgotten it at this point, so no.
Okay, thank you. Just didn't want to leave you out. Councilor Varney.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the fairness thing, and this might be a question for Kelly, but it's about the third party. Are they checking other places that these are marketed besides Airbnb and vacation rentals?
Yeah, they check like 12 of the most popular sites. They check all kinds of sites, and then they use the listings that they get, and they compare it to any publicly available information. So comparing the front of the house to Street View, or checking who's the owner, on the assessors, and checking Facebook posts and all these different things. And then when they do tell us, we found this person, this is who we think it is, here's their ad, you can see that how their ad is listed, oh, they're listed for short-term, and then we can look at our records and see if they have the license or not. And they do that daily. They run it every day, so it's constantly updated.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like they're pretty thorough and I guess more fair. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews, did you remember? Just kidding. Sorry about that. Anybody else? Wow, thank you so much. Great presentation, great questions.
Close the hearing.
We're going to close that hearing. Councillor Nishioka, your motion.
Thank you. I move to continue the Salem Tourism Promotion Area and proceed to second reading of Ordinance Bill number 4-26.
I'm going to second for the sake of conversation.
Great. Okay. Councillor, to the motion, anything further?
I think I will let others deliberate. I think we've heard a great deal. I don't have much to add.
Okay. Anyone? Councillor Tigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really appreciate the conversation and the questions asked by council and the responses by staff. I think as I've thought about this, it's really, there's two things going on here, right? One is that we have a real compliance issue with short-term rentals in our community and accessory short-term rentals. We know it's out there. I think the staff has done a lot in the last year to change the story of compliance. We know since 2017 that these have been out there, but just in the last years when we've done that. I think it's hard to separate that from the question on the table tonight, which is whether the people who operate those short-term rentals should be pitching in to help for the promotion of the Salem area as a place that people want to come and visit. When I think about that, the logic is really clear. I know people who run short-term rentals, just like some people, stay at a hotel room when they have a water leak in their house or something like that. People stay in a short-term rental when they have a water leak. But also people come to Salem when I talk to people who run them, they're like, I didn't even know we had a hula dance competition or whatever, a belly dance competition. But every year, the belly dancer comes and stays in the short-term rental. So I think when people come to Salem, it's really a customer preference, whether they go to hotels or whether they go to short-term rentals. I think the other thing that may be a bit unstated as well is that the funding mechanisms for our tourism promotion organizations are changing. Right now, there's a bill on the governor's desk that could potentially give cities the ability to take more of the TOT fund than they've had to in the past or been able to in the past. And I think that's likely to be a question that comes before our city council at some point. If we decide to do that, the bill number's 4148, which would allow up to 50% of lodging taxes collected by cities to be spent by local governments, whereas it used to be only 30%. It's going to leave our organization that promotes Salem as a place to visit in a much worse position. And so I think the reason we don't know how much money this is going to generate is because we have a system that doesn't encourage people to register. And so I think it's a logical answer not to know what it's going to register or how much it's going to raise. But I'm personally supportive of expanding this to include this tax on folks who are using short-term rentals. I do think we have a much bigger issue when it comes to compliance that sounds like we're going to tackle in a few months.
Anyone else? Councillor Quinn.
I personally would prefer to postpone this decision tonight because I do think that there's a much broader conversation to be had. For one thing, I personally think that short-term rentals, when people apply for that conditional use, that it could be streamlined, because as I've watched those hearings, the conditions have been the same. And I just think it needs to be a conversation that we have in totality and not break it up. So for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support this tonight.
Councillor Tigan.
I guess I would just respond to that, Councillor Gwynn, with my observation that regardless or not whether someone registers their STR right now or their ASTR, they're going to pay this. And so that part of it doesn't seem to have any material difference on tonight's decision, because there's some people who don't want to go through the conditional use permit, haven't told the city that they're running something, renting it out of VRBO, and if we pass this, they're going to pay this 2%. If we cut the conditional use permit in half, they apply for the conditional use permit, they get approved, they come into the system, they're still going to have to pay 2%. So the question tonight is, should they pay 2%, not is the conditional use, too high or something?
Councillor Nishioka.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Tigan and Councillor Gwynn, for both of your comments. It was about 3 years ago, February of 2023, that I brought forward the motion about short-term rentals, and that's when our planning department began reviewing how we could determine who was out there and what we might do. So I've been waiting patiently, and I'm looking forward to when this comes to us. I know that there are a lot of varying opinions on short-term rentals, and so I think we'll have the opportunity to discuss that at that time. I agree with Councillor Tigan that this is, even though it's tied to short-term rentals, it really is a separate entity. I think more than anything, I'm just concerned that our staff are working more than maybe that 5% is there. And if we have the opportunity of maybe readdressing that percentage to make sure that our staff are not, one, overworked or we're not getting reimbursed, I would like to see that. But as this is being brought forward with all of the questions I think that have been well answered, I am in favor of this motion.
Yes, Councillor Tigan.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and sorry to dominate the microphone at the start here. I guess I would just say, though we're not talking about the changes that need to happen to encourage more compliance with the short-term rental policy, I just want to say to my fellow councilors, I'm very interested in changes to the STR and ASTR program that will increase compliance, and not from a city money-making perspective. I think, most of it is just cost recovery to begin with, but I really feel like there's an important public policy reason why we license these ASTRs and short-term rentals, is because anytime someone lays down their head and goes to bed, they're completely defenseless, right? And we inspect these STRs, we inspect hotel rooms, we inspect multifamily units. Anytime anyone goes to sleep in this town other than a single-family home, the city has some role in inspecting that unit in order to make sure it's safe. That's the public policy reason behind this, this system. And to me, that's really important. When we have potentially 300 or 400 units that aren't being inspected, it means there could be 300 or 400 units without carbon monoxide detectors. And it's those basic inspection functions that is what we're trying to protect people when they come to our city. And so I think we should do everything we can to make sure people are registering and having their sites inspected. Again, I don't think we're getting there right now, and I think we need to change the system to encourage that, and I'll be very open to those conversations later.
Thank you, Councillor Tigan. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Did you want to go, Councillor Matthews? No, I do want to highlight something Councillor Gwynn said. Something does have to be said. about this conversation, A, and then a B, about how we're going to do better when it comes to educating those folks who have short-term rentals. And I'm going to commend the staff. You've done a great job for the past several years in doing this. I just don't think we're there yet. When we look at what is happening, not only within our city, but just across this state, and we're still at that place of people having a myriad amount of definitions when it comes to affordable housing, when I think about this family or this person that's trying to make additional money, should they have a system in their home that detects for carbon monoxide? Yes, they should. But at the same time, I'm not a fan of taxing someone at this particular moment. I'm just not a fan of it, period. End of story. I yield the floor.
Councillor Matthews.
I tend to lean similar to Councillor Teigen on this in the fact that this is, I think that there's benefit that maybe some of the short-term rentals don't quite understand that they receive right now. The Travel Salem, their whole premise is around bringing passengers here, bringing travelers here. They do that through sports tourism, they do that through various other events. But when that traveler ends up booking here, they don't say, well, I got my information from Travel Salem, or I got it from their ad, so I'm only going to book through a hotel that pays this 2% tax that they receive a benefit back. They book with whatever's most convenient for them. And as we heard tonight, short-term rentals is obviously a popular avenue for that. I mean, I think we've probably all stayed in our own version of a short-term rental in different places. And so to me, I think that one piece is about fairness. We have the hotels already paying it because they see a benefit in it. And secondarily, the same benefit is for anyone that owns a short-term rental. They're receiving the same benefit. Secondarily, this is not a tax that cannot be overridden. That's the other thing, is if there is a feeling amongst the short-term rentals and the hoteliers that this is not of value, it takes a 33% vote amongst that group to be able to say, we don't want this tax anymore. And so that is completely within their power to do that. And this tax originally came not as a city tax, it came as a tax from the hoteliers getting together and saying, we think that we see the value here. And so to me, I see this as an equity problem of right now you have one entity, the hoteliers, that are paying this and receiving the benefit, and then you have a whole other group, the short-term rental units that are not paying this, but still receiving the same benefit. As far as to Councillor Teigen's point about the issues of why it's unpopular to get licensed, I completely echo that. If I owned a short-term rental, it would not be very appealing to me to come forward to the city and pay a $7,000 conditional use permit. It just wouldn't. So as an opportunity comes to relook at that, I think that's where probably there's a lot of opportunity to be able to help the short-term rentals in making that an actual practical decision to be made.
Thank you for saying that, Councillor Matthews. I was going to bring up the same point about the 33%, and I think as of tonight they were at 6.9%. Is that right? 6.6%. The other question I had, is it okay to ask a question of staff? Thank you. This is a fee to benefit the payers, right? Paid by the consumer?
So correct. The folks who actually, pay the fee are the folks who stay in the transient lodging. The lodger pays it, and then the operator, the hotel or the short-term rental, would remit it to the city.
Okay, and it's in place because the payers choose it. It's their choice, correct, as to where they stay?
The operators, yes.
The operators. Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Nishioka.
Yes, and I just want to say again, and I thank Angie for bringing it up, that the short-term rental, there'll be a collective and someone will be on the committee that will be representing. So they will have representation, and that we want to make sure that everyone understands that they're not out there alone and it's only the hotelers that will be in the committee that makes decisions on that marketing. So I appreciate that they will bring short-term rental members in.
Councillor Matthews.
I should have asked this to staff when they were up here, and so I'll ask it now, and hopefully someone will have an answer. But because I just mentioned the voting process for the 33%, what does that process look like? I know it happens again in approximately another, 4-ish years, 5-ish years. What does that process actually look like for them to be able to vote?
So as Kelly kind of outlined in our staff report, we provide written notice to everyone we know is operating. We've provided, social media through the city's social media channels. Is basically, as more folks that operate, that get registered, whether they're hotels or not, if they're registered with the city and licensed with the city, we're gonna have good contact information for them. I assume we'll still be using the software that the planning division is using now to locate unregistered folks. And as we did this time, we would send out notice to them as well.
So when that opportunity to basically repeal this back comes to them again, they would get another notice saying that this is an opportunity again. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to say I really agreed with the comments you made about fairness and parity. I echo that, and also I want to give kudos to Councilor Matthews for pointing out the fact that this is something that they get to vote on, and that the operators get to vote on. And per our staff report, as of February 23rd of this year, the city received objections for the continuation of this tourism promotion area from 6 people, representing 6 units or 0.28%. That's a strong vote saying that the vast majority are just fine with it. So I think that's worth mentioning. I would also like to point out that there are times of the year when every Airbnb in town is probably fully booked, and Ironman is one of those times. Travel Salem worked extremely hard on getting Ironman to come to town. So I recognize that not all of our operators may know of the work that Travel Salem does, but there's a reason why Ironman came to town, and Travel Salem was one of the stakeholders who made that happen. And there's a lot of other things that they do. I've met with Angie many times over the years. She's always working to bring more trade shows and conferences to town. And so unless the operator asks a person, why are you in town? Because I've done Airbnb, they don't ask me why I'm coming to town. They're just glad I'm coming. They're just glad to take my money. So I just want to point out that Travel Salem has worked extremely hard to support our community, to get more tourism to this area. It may not always be readily apparent, but I'm sure if any of the short-term operators are here tonight, or if they're listening online, please reach out to Travel Salem and ask for information, learn about what that process looks like. Please get involved. I think that would be a great way to proceed. Thank you.
Councilor Barney.
Thank you. I really don't have anything to add. This has been a really good discussion, and I do look forward to a future discussion on the conditional use permits, licensing, overall. But for tonight, we're looking at this TPA fee. We do get a lot of benefits from Travel Salem, and these rentals, all of them, whether they're licensed, whether they're not, as you said, we have a lot of people that are coming to events that are advertised by Travel Salem. And I appreciate the fact that there will be a position on the TPA board, or there is, or there will be. I think that's really, really important. And just getting the word out as to how Travel Salem can help the individual businesses, and what they do. So I'm supportive of this, especially in the fairness term that all of the short-term rental businesses are benefiting from this, whether they're paying, or not. And so I think it's fair for them to all be paying for Travel Salem. Anyway, thanks.
Councilor Quinn.
So I just want to say that I am still going to be a no vote, but it's not because I don't think that Travel Salem isn't doing great things. I do. My concern is If the short-term rental operators didn't even know that they needed to be registered, how did they know they had a voice? How did they know they had a vote? So my vote isn't, it's not against the TPA. I just want to make sure that we have all voices at the table and that there has been adequate conversation with our short-term rental operators. And I also did want to point out, I just did a quick search of what the taxes are in different cities throughout Oregon. For the city tax, Portland is 6%, Salem is 9%, Albany is 9%, Eugene is 4.5%, Happy Valley is 8%, Port Orford is 7%, Madras is 6%. So, I mean, we're already at 9% in Salem. And now we want another 2% on the TPA. And again, it's not that I don't think that Travel Salem isn't doing a great job. It's not that I don't want, I just want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to be heard, because I'm not sure that they were.
Anything else? Okay, I think we're ready for a vote.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councillor Brown.
Nay.
Councillor Vang.
Nay.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, we'll close that public hearing. And before we start 4.B, we're going to take a 5-minute break, maybe 3 minutes. Okay. Councillor Gwynn, you'd like to join us? It'd be great. Come on down. We have. Okay, we're going to come back to order. And
See, now this is where you should find us.
we're moving on to item 4B. Yep. Moving on to item 4B.
The Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to receive testimony regarding a substantial amendment to the city's 2025 annual action plan with housing and urban development that would move $516,500 from housing preservation to public facilities. The hearing will begin with the staff presentation, followed by testimony from interested persons. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Michael Brown, Community Planning and Development, Manager for Housing Production Programs, and also supervising the federal the HUD grants. And I just want you all to know I'm very committed to getting you home to your families as quickly as possible. Thank you. So annual action plans are things that we do every year. That's what, hence the name annual, to tell HUD how we intend to spend money. And the way we do that is by putting them in big buckets. And we combine the home and the CDBG money in both prior years unspent and the upcoming year's anticipated grant into those buckets. And our citizen participation plan says that if we're going to move money between buckets in the amount of $50,000 or more, we hold a public hearing pursuant to public notice so that citizens have a chance to comment on that amendment. So tonight's amendment is to move $516,500 from the housing preservation bucket to public facilities bucket, and specifically to support Marion Polk Food Share's warehouse acquisition. Last July, can I operate this from here? Oh, yes, I can. Last July, we had in the housing bucket a little over $4 million, and in the public facilities and infrastructure bucket, we had about $1.4 million. Excuse me. And what we're proposing to do is take that $500,000, $516,000, and move it down into public facilities. And that's what it would look like after the amendment, assuming the amendment is passed. The reason for the amendment is that twofold. Number one is I've got good news for you. I was here 2 weeks ago and said that we had not gotten our line of credit open for PY25. It's open. So that is a great thing. That happened Friday last. And however, every silver lining comes with a dark cloud, I think is the saying. And so that means, of course, we have a timeliness test on May 2nd, as always, and now we have $1.4 million that we really need to get out the door. So this amendment will help us do that. Council last July had allocated $600,000 to Marion Polk Food Share for their warehouse acquisition. It seems like a lifetime ago, but last July they had already started to experience a huge increase in demand for the things that they do, and so this is going to be a big help to them to close on this warehouse. Sorry, I'm hoarse. This, I wanted to just share with council very briefly kind of how we try to manage this, both in buckets and in the activities or the projects that are associated to those buckets. And what I did here is I separated out the CDBG funding from the buckets so that you could just kind of see that in separate. It doesn't include the home, which is why the numbers over on the totals don't equal the ones in the slides that I just showed you. But essentially, you see your buckets, your big buckets there in the dark blue, I guess that's blue, and then in the lighter blue is by activity or by project. And so down there under public facilities, we're saying that we're recommending to increase that by increase it by $516,500, raising Marion Polk Food Shares up to $1.1 million. Where did we get that money? We originally had money scheduled for Salem Housing Authority to use in Englewood West and Southview Terrace. However, they're not advancing yet, and so we can safely take that from this current program year and from prior years, spend it faster, and we can backfill in the PY26 grant. I've already talked about the increase from 600,000 to 1.1 million for the warehouse, and the warehouse, I think most of you already know, is the old Don Poncho production facility. As I said, I was very committed to getting you home to your families. I'll entertain any questions if there are any.
We have no one signed up for public comment, so we are moving on to questions. Any questions from council? Councilor Brown.
Just for the good of the order, Mr. Brown. So you remember when you were here a couple of weeks ago and you shared about, we didn't have that line of credit, but now that we do have it. And my question, just for clarification, so on that last slide, on slide 5.
Here?
Oh, I can read it to you. It says, funds will now be used for Marion Poe Food Share project to acquire a large food storage and distribution warehouse. So when we transfer these particular funds from go to one place to the next place, and we can do this at will?
Yes.
Correct? These at will.
With the public hearing, yes, sir.
With the public hearing?
Yes.
So do you foresee, I mean, obviously, we have inflation is rising in a variety of areas. Mm-hmm. Do you foresee this changing? Like, will this become more difficult down the road to actually acquire funds?
The line of credit or the acquisition of funds, of course, is an act of Congress that becomes a bill. And then we get, as an entitlement community, we get, by formula, we get some amount of that money. In a perfect world, in an ideal world, Congress would have their fiscal year appropriations done before October 1st of the year that it starts.
Right.
We would be notified within 60 days, which is what HUD's guidelines are, of what our piece of that would be. So that would put us in December, let's say. We would then have substantial time to work on an annual action plan, do the community outreach and those kinds of things. And then council would adopt the annual action plan in time for the program year start on the 1st of July. That's an ideal world.
And we're not there.
It doesn't ever work that way. So I just got word from HUD on Friday, Thursday, apologize, that they're going to announce the next fiscal year's entitlements very soon. So it's March. So you will see us again in May-ish for the next year's annual action plan. I don't know what that amount's going to be. What I've read in open sources is that it's supposed to be level with what it was this year.
Oh, so it could be the same.
So it could be the same.
Yes. And one final thought, you had said that now we have a short runway to get the funds out.
Correct.
Does that impact you and your staff as far as how long it's going to take you? Like, do you need more time?
We've been planning for this for a while, so that we have actual activities, projects in the pipeline that I absolutely intend to conclude before the timeliness test that will put us into timeliness.
Oh, that's good. I just want to say I appreciate you and your team working on this, and it's definitely good to see you, 2 weeks later with
good news.
Great news. We love it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Matthews.
So did Marion Polk Food Share, did they give us any indication? I don't know enough about their challenges in their current facility. So I'm assuming, because it says it's for a larger food and distribution warehouse, they have a space constraint currently that's prohibiting them from serving more members of the community that they could. Is that where the concern is coming?
That's their long-range plan. So yes, we're contributing to their long-range plan. They are in a smaller facility now, and they run Meals on Wheels, and they run a food bank. So they're looking at the community's needs based upon the demand that they're seeing, and they're saying we need to do something more. And so, this is what they're doing.
And Meals on Wheels, I may be wrong on this. Are they run out of Center 50 Plus right now? Is that correct?
I think that's true. Yes.
So they'll be vacating that space and moving to this space,
or perhaps running both simultaneously.
Okay, and then did they give us any indication on how much this will basically increase their numbers of production or their numbers of capacity to be able to help?
No, but in fairness, I didn't ask them.
Okay.
You know, they came to the city about this time last year, and council approved the initial allocation last July, and then you've got a copy of Mr. Guapo's memo, I think, describing their increased need.
Okay, so last question here, Mayor, did they ask for this increase, or did we propose this increase to them because we weren't able to spend it in a different bucket that we'd already prepared for?
It was kind of a collaborative thing, honestly, Counselor. They needed more money, and we needed to spend more money, and something I try not to delve too deeply in the details, but one of the things that happened, you know, we had this plan in July, as I keep referencing, that you all adopted, and then towards the end of July, one of our previous grantees repaid $530,000 to the city for not fulfilling the 10-year no change of use obligation. Mm-hmm. And of course, that counts. It's great that we get the $500,000 back, but it counts against our timeliness. So gotcha. There's lots of things that move during the course of the year that I wish we could be a little more agile, frankly, but with a 30-day public comment period and have to go out and try to find a partner who can actually pull it off, and the environmental review piece, it takes a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And any further discussion? You're going to read the motion? Thank you.
I move to approve the substantial amendment to the city's 2025 annual action plan with HUD moving $516,500 from housing preservation to public facilities.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwen. Anything further? Okay. Oh, Councilor Matthews.
Well, just from a discussion basis, is that what you mean? Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit struggling with this, not because of the concept of what it's for, but that we don't have any data on kind of what the projection increase is. I mean, to attribute an extra 400 and some thousand, I feel like we should sort of know, like any other program, we would want to know what are we getting for that, right? What is the projected outcome? And so on the flip side, it sounds like we're a little bit hamstrung because we also need to spend this money. So it's as much a benefit to us as it is to them, I suppose. So for that, I suppose because looking at it from a selfish perspective for the city and knowing that we need to spend these funds, I suppose I can support it. But I will say I feel like from a vetting process, we probably should have more vetting going into this before we really have made this decision.
Councilor Tigan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I feel like I can channel Marion Polk Food Shares CEO Rick Guapo to tell us just the amount of impact that they have on the community, but knowing that the facility, the Don Furlon, or the Don Pancho facility that they're acquiring in Ward 5 is $24 million in total is the bottom line that they're trying to raise in order to complete the project. So I'm excited to see us help out.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, seeing nothing, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Aye.
Councillor Nordyke.
Aye.
Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right, moving on. I'll open the hearing for item 4C.
Salem City Council will now conduct a public hearing to consider the petitioner-initiated annexation of the territory located at 5524 Skyline Road South, which includes a minor comprehensive plan map amendment to multifamily residential and zone change to RM1 multiple family residential. The applicable criteria to this decision is SRC 260.010G2 for the annexation, SRC 64.025E2 for the minor comprehensive plan map amendment, and SRC 265.005E for the zone change. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue prior to the close of the public hearing in person or in writing, or failure to provide statements or evidence with sufficient specificity to provide the parties and the City Council an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will begin with the staff presentation, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant is limited to 10 minutes total, or applicant's representative. Applicable neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes per association. Other interested parties are limited to 3 minutes each, and the applicant may have up to 5 minutes rebuttal testimony limited to issues raised during public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bishop, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Mayor Hoy, members of the council, Bryce Bishop with the City of Salem Planning Department, and I'm here tonight to present the staff report for the annexation at 5524 Skyline Road South, and this annexation also includes a comprehensive plan amendment and a zone change. So the subject property is located in South Salem. As you can see, it's the area shown as the with the red star kind of in the southwest portion of the screen there, or the lower left. It is an enclave property that's surrounded by the city limits on all sides, and it's just one property within the enclave. And it is very close to the UGB, which is the purple line that you can see to the left and the south, and then the green line is the city limits line. So here's an aerial photo that shows the subject property. It's kind of it's the rectangular property shaded in white there at 5424 Skyline Road. The red line is the city limits line. The property abuts Skyline Road to the northwest, and then it is surrounded by residential development to the east, south, and west, including a multifamily residential development in the RM1 zone to the west of the property, and then single-family residential to the east, to the south, and to the northeast. In terms of the zoning, or the comp plan designation that currently applies to the property, it's developing residential, and it is in the county, of course. To the west of the property is multifamily designated land, and to the east and to the north and to the south is single family. But as you look on the comprehensive plan map, there is a pattern of having multifamily along Skyline Road because it's a minor arterial street, which is a higher classification of street, and it meets the siting requirements for multifamily being on higher classifications of streets closer to services and facilities. So with this request, they are looking to change the comp plan designation when it's annexed to multifamily residential, and that would match the property to the west and allow for the development of that property. With the zoning, it's currently Marion County Urban Transition 5 acres, which is a minimum of 5 acres in size for any lot that's created. Then the zoning in the area reflects the comprehensive plan designations with single family and then multifamily RM1 to the west. And this request is to change the property's designation to RM1 upon annexation, which is consistent with the property to the west and would allow for 2 multifamily developments side by side along Skyline Road, similar to where you see to the north there, the lighter or the darker orange RM2 as you go further north towards Kubler. In terms of the site itself, it's 1.94 acres in size. It has existing home and accessory structures. The topography of the site slopes to the southwest gently. There are trees present on the site. There are no map wetlands or waterways. And any future development of the property will need to comply with our tree ordinance, but this is purely for whether or not the property should be annexed. But there are no significant natural, features on the property that would prevent its further development in conformance with the zoning that's being proposed and the comp plan designation that's being requested. So in terms of whether or not we can approve an annexation, there's criteria that apply. Those include whether or not it needs to go to the voters, and this is a voter exempt annexation because it's contiguous to the city limits. All the representatives, all the owners of the property have signed on to to the petition to agree to its annexation. It is subject to the urban growth boundary that we have, and also it'll be subject to the comprehensive plan when annexed. So those are the qualifiers for whether or not it can be voter exempt, which it meets that. It also results in an orderly boundary by eliminating an enclave. Right now it's just a pocket of non-city land surrounded by city land. So this will result in a more efficient delivery of services, but not having a checkerboard of properties that are within the city and outside of the city. It's also within the Salem Suburban Rural Fire Protection District, so contemporaneously with the annexation, when that's approved, or if that's approved, it would be withdrawn from the Salem Suburban Rural Fire Protection District, and City of Salem Fire Department services would serve the property rather than the district. And it's also in the public interest to bring, unincorporated land like this into the city so that it can be more efficiently, serviced by facilities and increases the city's tax base. In terms of the approval criteria for the comp plan zone change, it's also within I'll note that it's also within the Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association, although it is outside the city limits currently. As identified in the staff report, the property is designated single family on the Sunny Slope Neighborhood Plan map. Because our code requires the neighborhood plan maps and our comprehensive plan map to be consistent, this proposal to change the existing comp plan designation to multifamily also will change the neighborhood plan map to multifamily as well. As identified in the findings in the staff report, the proposed multifamily designation is equal or better suited for the property than the existing designated land. One, because of the shape and configuration of the property. It's kind of a narrow, long, narrow lot, so it could be hard to, do single-family lots if it were to stay in like a residential agriculture zoning, if it were to not have a comp plan zone change associated with it. It also will provide for additional multifamily land within the city to help further the city's multifamily land supply and to provide additional multifamily units in the city to help meet our housing needs. The applicant submitted a transportation planning rule analysis with the comp plan zone change, and based upon the analysis done by the traffic engineer, the proposal will not have a significant effect on the city's transportation system, and it's in an area where there are urban services available, and so readily and easily extended to serve the property. So it meets the criteria for the annexation, for the comp plan zone change as well. Through the public hearing process, because there was a comp plan zone change with this, there was an initial public hearing with the Planning Commission on November 4th, just to recommend whether or not the RM1 zoning and the multifamily comp plan designation were suitable for the property. That recommendation is included in the staff report, and they did recommend approval of the multifamily zoning and comp plan designation. And during that public hearing process at the Planning Commission, there were comments raised concerning the speed of traffic on Skyline Road. The comments were indicating that the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit is too high, for the area, taking into consideration the additional multifamily development that is going on in the neighborhood and just the increased development in the area. And they were looking at measures of traffic calming or ways to slow traffic on Skyline Road in order to mitigate that. And then there was also a concern about building heights that could result from the property's RM1 zone designation and how that would relate to the properties to the east that are single family. In relation to the traffic speed on Skyline, Skyline is designated as a minor arterial street under the city's transportation system plan, and the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit is the design speed for that minor arterial, because minor arterials are intended to carry a higher volume of traffic than a local street or even a collector street. So, and it's intended to kind of function efficiently to move traffic, through the city, in this case north to south, obviously along Skyline. So when the property is annexed, and it develops, they'll have to do boundary street improvements, and part of those boundary street improvements will be put in sidewalks and all the necessary boundary street improvements that will help improve safety. And if there is traffic, speed issues on Skyline Road still, that the property owners could reach out to the neighborhood association, in this case Sunny Slope, and have the neighborhood association vote on petitioning the city traffic engineer to submit a speed study to ODOT, because it's the Oregon Department of Transportation that regulates speeds, and so it would have to be approved by ODOT, but that could be requested by the neighbors through the neighborhood association in the city for that to be done. And if it is determined through a speed study that it's warranted, then the speed limit could be reduced. We also received comments from the Salem Kaiser School District just indicating that the schools in the area do have sufficient capacity to accommodate the potential increase in student enrollment with the multifamily zoning on the property. And with that, staff recommends that the annexation be approved, the comp plan designation be changed to multifamily upon annexation, its zoning be changed to RM1, and that the territory be withdrawn from the Salem Suburban Rural Fire Protection District and advance the proposal to first reading of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll be back for questions after public testimony. We have a couple of folks signed up. We have the representation for the applicant, Brittany Randall. Please come forward. You'll have 10 minutes to speak if you need.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll cram a 10-minute speech into like 2 minutes. So Bryce always leaves every rock turned over, so I don't have much to add. Thank you, Bryce. I don't have much to add other than I wanted to discuss the fact that this is an enclave. So my firm, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you, I'm in Ward 2, for your record. My firm annexed the property adjacent to this one to the west. Assigned the RM1 zoning designation. During that process, staff actually paused us so that they could reach out to the property owner at the time of the subject property before you tonight and ask them if they wanted to be part of that annexation because we'd be creating this enclave that we were talking about tonight. And at the time, I believe that this property was in, excuse me, it was either for sale by the owner or it was in foreclosure. The home on the site, the farmhouse, was in pretty bad condition at the time. So it wasn't my client, the current property owner, didn't snub staff on their offer, very generous offer to annex the property. Just they weren't the owner at the time. They didn't control the property at the time, so they were unable to take advantage of such a great offer from the city. So following their acquisition of the property, they had spoken to their neighbor who said that they worked with my firm and reached out and asked us to start this annexation process. So we've been working with Bryce on this for about a year, maybe. And we wanted to express that the property owner is very aware of the surrounding context. So to the west, we have multifamily development that really fits the neighborhood. It's not a tall development. It's not a big apartment complex. It really suits the single family characteristic of the neighborhood. And that is exactly what this applicant property owner wants to do as well. So they're envisioning 17 units total on this property. And the new units would be, every 2 units would be attached by their common garage. So there'd be a small lane down the middle and units on both sides. So it'd really be a very kind of quaint neighborhood feel, no taller than 2 stories. So I know that we do have some concern about how tall the property or the development could be if there was a condition imposed that it be no taller than what's allowed in the RS zone abutting to the east. We would be absolutely okay with that. I also wanted to share that if this did come in as RS single family or RA single family residential and it was divided, we have minimum density standards in those zones as well, and the minimum would be 11 units on a property of this size. So the RM1 is just a little bit higher and doesn't require us to divide the property, which it's long and skinny. You saw it, so it'd be pretty impractical to divide it to reach sort of the urban density that we need to see in the city. And so with that, I will be prepared to answer your questions.
Anyone have questions for Ms. Randall? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now Scott Nash, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please come forward and hit that button till the green light comes on. announce your name, your address, or your ward for the record, please.
Well, I am in Ward 7. I am at 2386 Mosswood. I am directly connected to the property that's in question here at the north end. So the complete north border is against my property, of this property. From there, the fence line that I put in, it goes uphill. So any buildings that are built there will be looking down into my property. It starts, I'm at the bottom of it. So if they're doing 2 stories or anything like that, or more, my privacy that I have now is going to be completely obliterated. I would say that the way that the property is built, you're going to have, they have one driveway for access there. Right next to that is the property that just got built. It kind of alluded to the fact that there's been multifamily living there before. That was just completed and has the first people getting into it. So this was a traditionally single-family area that the first addition is just opened up. So this is not multifamily historical housing area. So when you have you're going to have 2 driveways with, there's 16 units in the one they just built. Now they're talking 17 units or something like that. They're going to have 2 driveways within basically 20 feet of each other coming out onto that road. That's both right next to my property. So I'm going to have 20 to 30 more cars plus the 16 plus deliveries plus company, everybody else coming right in and out of the corner of my lot. Plus, they're probably going to be building the bioswale right up against my property since it's at the low point. So I do have some major concerns about this. If you were a person from Ward 7 and you've been down Skyline Road very much, you would notice that the setback on the homes that have been built 30 years ago or before is not much. So you have a noise problem, which is already increasingly bad. I don't know if the city has looked into all the traffic that comes from the Independence area through that arterial. It's been increasing tenfold since I've lived there. There is way more, in my opinion, way more traffic than that road was ever originally intended for. So we have, noise. We have had construction across the street. We just had the construction that they did perfectly. We have times when our windows have vibrated and made noise from all of the work. And I just think that they should look at something that was I didn't hear about a development plan until just tonight. There's been no development plan sent through the neighborhood so that people could come and see what it was to get more people from the neighborhood to come here. When I talked to a gentleman that said he'd purchased it that was in there, an older gentleman and stuff, he said they.
Mr. Nash, I'm sorry to interrupt. The clock was not started when you started, so you are actually out of time. Thank you for your testimony. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Nash?
I do.
Councilor Brown?
Mayor, thanks, Mr. Is it Nash? So, Mr. Nash, you just explained to us that your property, the backyard, when they build this, which is 2 floors? Is it 2 floors, the new building? Oh, we don't know yet.
Yeah, at this point, it's just bringing the land into the city. We don't have a development proposal for the annexation.
Got it. And Mr. Nash, your concern is that your privacy will be gone from the backyard. Is that what you said?
Yes, that would be, one of my major concerns, plus the safety of all those vehicles coming in and out of 2 driveways of multifamily really close together right next to my house. And my house, the setbacks when that was built, I've got, here to the podium over here before I'm to the fence. So any collisions that happen from all this more traffic is going to be in my yard.
And you said tonight this is the first time you've heard about this?
I got the notice that came into, about the annexing in the city, right. that came in, and I decided to come here. But last time when they did the other multifamily building, we got development sheets, for the neighborhood association to come and be able to talk about it. And, I'm sorry, if you're going to annex something in the city, shouldn't there be a development plan already in place so that the residents know?
That's a great question. Definitely out of my lane. Probably somebody over there can answer that question. But I do want to say I appreciate you sharing that, because we don't know what we don't know. And for the fact that you're the only homeowner here that has a concern, it definitely raises concerns for me, because if you have this concern, who else has it also? So thank you.
Yes, and I know they said they had everybody to the east, all that single family, but they have somebody to the north as well.
Give the applicant an opportunity for.
Okay, would you like to respond? How much?
Okay, Brittany Randall, for your record. So the reason that Mr. Nash is so familiar with the development that's happening to the west is because after annexation, we come back to the city for development approval, which will be exactly what happens in this case as well. So, and then prior to this annexation coming before the city, we went and visited the neighborhood association, held what's called an open house. In lieu of holding our own open house, because we find those have very little attendance, we go to the neighborhood association that has more regular attendance. And so we had a lively discussion about this project at that neighborhood association meeting. There were comments about the city's transportation system being overwhelmed. There were comments about wanting the speed limit on Skyline to be reduced, and discussions about, the city starting the transportation system plan, and that neighborhood having a big voice in that because they have a lot of concerns. But there wasn't a lot of resistance to what we're proposing here with the increased zoning and all of those things. Mr. Nash is correct that we would likely place the green stormwater infrastructure at the north end of the property, which would set those buildings back another approximately 60 feet from his property line. And of course, that's a mechanical engineered pond that would never overflow or cause damage to his property. That's illegal. And so that will be a nice buffer for him. And then I would also say that, yes, the traffic will increase when the housing increases on the property. That's a given. But these two properties have existed with these driveways in very fixed locations because of how narrow their frontage is. And there haven't been any identified conflicts. We submitted with our package a letter from a traffic engineer certifying that there were no known conflicts, or that traffic would again be looked at the time of development. So if there are any concerns that we need to mitigate with offsites, that would happen in the next phase when we apply for site plan review and design review, which then Mr. Nash would get notice for that as well, and he would see the actual development plans. Currently, everything is conceptual. Our client hasn't, done a deep dive on the design because he's unsure about if the annexation will be approved or not.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So, Ms. Randall, are you allowed to tell us who the developer is?
Yeah, of course. The developer is the property owner. They call themselves Greenlight.
Greenlight?
That is their company name. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I got them confused. Green Lantern.
No worries. Green is in there somewhere.
Another very popular developer. But Green Lantern, it's a father-son duo. And they specialize in very small developments like this. And their last name is Kuykendall. They are the applicant, so all their information is actually in your package, in the record.
I was asking city manager about this, and it's probably here somewhere, but I just haven't found it yet. And they are local? They live here in the city?
I believe that the father has a home here, and the son lives in Eugene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Matthews.
From a conceptual standpoint, since we're not really talking about the development aspect because it's just conceptual, I understand there would be approximately the 60-foot kind of space between the property line and where the building might actually start. Is there any other type of buffering that can be done along that property line to kind of help at least visually for the neighbor?
Yeah, so because we're increasing to RM1 and we're abutting RS zoning, it's built into the code. I think that we'll be triggering type C landscaping, which is 1 plant unit per 20 square feet plus fencing, which is already in place, a cedar fence. If additional fencing is required to meet that, my client will install that at the time of development. And then 40% of those plant units have to derive of trees, and some of them need to be of evergreen variety. So all of those items are built into the code already in order to sort of buffer like uses that belong together, but some are more intense than others.
Councilor Brown.
Thank you. Just to follow, Ms. Randall, so when issues like this arise, like Mr. Nash in regards to his own privacy, and I think you said that that would come up at the next phase, if I'm not mistaken, do the owners or the developer, do they ever discuss how to compensate owners like that who have certain inconveniences like privacy? Is that ever part of the conversation?
Compensate financially? Mm-hmm. I don't see that a lot. I do see concessions in how the property would be developed or maybe additional buffering if necessary. We do see a lot of times our properties that we're developing have like no privacy screening, you know, chain link fences or something. And so the developer would assume the entire responsibility for putting up the site obscuring fence. So I've seen that, but I haven't really seen a lot of monetary compensation for.
So there is the possibility that going forward that the developer could put up something there where his fence is, where he could keep his privacy. That could be a part of the conversation in the future.
Absolutely, okay. Yeah. So we could be talking about, you know, landscaping screening. I know that there's already a fence in place. Mr. Nash alluded to the fact that it's his fence. Mm-hmm. And so the screening is met. Of course, if he decided to remove his fence, he has no obligation to have one, but our client would be required to have one, so we would have to replace it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And now questions for city staff? Councilor Tigan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Bryce. Just the one question I have is, this property is kind of funky in that it's just like a dog ear, just a little sliver comes onto Skyline. Mm-hmm. And so what would you, and maybe this is for the development conversation, but just for education's sake, what would you suspect would be the length of their requirement to improve the road to include a sidewalk? And like I'd imagine it'd be, okay, where it intersects Skyline. One of the thing that makes me ask that is that if there were children in this apartment building or in this multifamily structure, the only park is, it's listed as POS, which I'm so sorry, Park, that's your acronym.
That's Parks and Open Space.
Parks and Open Space. Okay, thank you for telling the crowd today. But you know, I just don't know what the improvement looks like between this location and Maplewood, where you know, children, maybe on their bicycles, would like have to navigate to get to that POS.
Yeah, they would have to do the Boundary Street improvement along their frontage.
And that's it. That's
it's
just like that 40, right. It's not even 40 feet.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you. So I wanted to draw awareness to a section in the staff report that talked about speeding, because that's certainly been a hot topic in the Sunny Slope Neighborhood Association meeting. And I think there's an opportunity for education here. So, and I'm just going to quote from the staff report for folks who may be following along at home. As no development is proposed at this time, no improvements to Skyline Road are required. However, when development occurs, the roadway will be improved to meet public works design standards for a minor arterial, which will improve safety for all users. And it then goes on to talk about ODOT. And I think this is what a lot of folks don't think. They think that if it's a street in the city of Salem, that we set the speed limit. And I just want to clarify here that, as it says in the staff report, speed zones on all streets in Salem, all streets, are established by ODOT. And these requests may be initiated by request from community members or a neighborhood association. So in other words, you could request to lower the speed limit but you're still at ODOT's mercy, because then they conduct an investigation, they determine whether lowering the speed limit is appropriate, but ultimately it's still their call. Do I have all that right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think that it would be, if and when development does occur on this, you know, I would just encourage community members in the area, whether it's Mr. Nash or the neighborhood association, to consider making that request. Because I think sometimes new development is an appropriate triggering event to get ODOT to re-examine traffic safety in this area for kids and everyone else who wants to walk along the road.
Yeah, and the request would just come through the neighborhood association, you know, with a vote, and then to the city traffic engineer, and then that would be submitted to ODOT, so.
Thank you for that, Councilor Nordijk. Anyone else? Thank you so much. Councilor Nordijk, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the annexation of the territory located at 5524 Skyline Road and withdrawal of the territory from the Salem Suburban Rural Fire Protection District and advance to first reading.
I'll second that.
Second by Nishioka. Councilor, anything further to the motion?
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Nash for being here tonight. The annexation is annexation, but the next phase will be development. There will be multiple opportunities for you to weigh in on what that looks like. To me, what helped me make this decision tonight was that looking at who supported it, the city department identified no concerns. I think the neighborhood association, according to the staff report, no comments have been received from the neighborhood association, so I think that is important as well. My neighborhood association is normally very, very vocal, and if they have a concern, they tell us about it, don't they, Councilor Gwen? So I think that that's really, and that's great. I want to hear that. I especially want to hear when folks are concerned. So I would just say that moving forward with this development, and that we should take this is an opportunity to look at and potentially lower the speeding in that area. Another thing that made me feel more comfortable with this decision is that you can't put a 5-story building on this property. Per the staff report, the maximum allowable height is 35 feet, and that is the exact same as the maximum 35-foot building height allowed for single-family dwellings on the abutting zoned properties. So they're not going to be taller, because we have had properties rezoned where all of a sudden here comes this property that sticks out like a sore thumb. That's not what is permissible under these rules. So I just want to reassure folks that you're not going to see a 4-story, 3-story, or a 5-story building popping up.
Anyone else? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nishioka.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn.
Aye.
Councilor Brown.
Aye.
Councilor Vang.
Aye.
Councilor Nordijk.
Aye.
Councilor Varney.
Aye.
Councilor Tigan.
He had to.
Oh. Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. All right. Motion passes. We'll close that public hearing and we will move on. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. To item 5A, the Travel Salem Fiscal Year 2024-25 Annual Report. Welcome back, Angie. Be sure to speak up nice and loud for us.
Absolutely. I hope you can hear me.
Barely. Nice and loud. Get in close to your mic if you can.
Okay. I'll get as close as I can here. I know I'm on the Jumbotron up there, so.
No, you look great.
Goodness.
Don't worry about it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I know you've had a very long evening, and so I appreciate you allowing me to just share some quick updates with you from our last fiscal year that sort of points to how things are going this fiscal year. So I will kind of go quickly through these and be happy to answer any questions should you have them. So this is for State of the Industry ending 24-25, and that was an incredible year. $800 million in economic impact to Marion and Polk counties, and that is the highest on record. Incredible year. Almost 2.7 million visitors came through, 8,000 jobs, and $250 million in earnings from the tourism industry. When we look at specifically Salem's portion of that is about $674 million in economic impact from the tourism industry last year. So incredible year. 7 out of the 12 months of last year were the best months on record. TOT was collected at $5.3 million, and it was something for the record books for sure. So we'll talk a little bit more about what happened there. But when we look at also our leverage, which are donated products and services that help leverage the cash that we get, so it's very important to how we do what we do, about 2.9 million, and our goal was 2.3 million. So performed very well on working all those relationships and securing in-kind as it relates to our visitor guide, advertising, PR, and so forth. On the advertising and awareness side, last year we had almost 16 million digital impressions that we're able to track now with really great technology that lets us see that our online ads, our Google ads, our Expedia blogs, and social media actually generated 23,000 hotel room nights. So we can track that work directly to bookings in the market, which is wonderful. So great progress there. On the Expedia side, we do a promotion with Travel Oregon, which is a retargeted email campaign on Expedia. You can see the numbers here are astounding. We had fewer digital impressions than the prior year. That's because we were targeting people at a different part of the funnel. So in this year's campaign, Expedia controls this, and they were targeting people in the booking phase, so when they were actually looking to book. But we have to feed that pipeline. So this year, for instance, we're advertising is focusing on the trip planning phase and so forth, and inspiration. But it drove a lot of room nights, and so that was a really successful campaign. Our weather cam through KPTV generates about 1.1 million views. We are on that camera about 30 plus times a month. Our media coverage, we had a goal of about 129 million impressions, and we had about 142 million impressions. And here are some examples of the types of coverage that we secure. If we had to purchase this coverage, here in the VM magazine, we would have paid $30,000 for that. So great work to our PR consultant on that. On online visits to our website, travelsalem.com, we blew our goal out of the water at 411,000 online visits to that content. Just a reminder, our website was translated that fiscal year into 5 different languages, and we continue to add languages into that mechanism there. Social media, 10 million impressions on our social media, so a little bit below our goal there, but we had a part-time contractor doing that work, so it was expected that we would be down a little bit, but really, really great, effective content created. Our blogs were incredibly effective as well, and this is how we drive a lot of that return in that ad spend. When we use our Google ads tied to our blogs, it drives visitors to our website to actually make the booking. We also did our work with the Wine Country Region 1, which is Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties. We did TV campaigns in Seattle, Washington, and Dallas, Texas, which are major feeder markets for our wine country. And you can see the results there. This is about awareness. This is about staying on the radar to get people to look, to get interested to book a trip here to our destination. On the conventions and meetings side, so last year we actually had about 18 million in economic impact from the conventions that were on the ground, representing about 29,000 room nights. We booked business last year for future years, totaling about $56 million and almost 54,000 room nights coming down the pipeline. So we'll start to see those events hitting in these future years. On the sports side, Councilor Nordyke mentioned this earlier, the importance of Ironman. It's about over $11 million in one weekend that event brings into our community. Those dollars floating around in our small businesses and our restaurants, and just a really great event. It is voted the #1 best overall run in the entire Ironman portfolio, and it's #2 event in North America. So very, very well received, and we're still working hard on that to keep them here. We did a sports venue analysis, and there was a lot of insight there that came in terms of opportunities that we need to explore, turf and lighting, different equipment that we need, like scoreboards and nets at different facilities, and continuing to develop pickleball, which is the fastest growing sport in the country. We did a lot of work in destination development with resilient headwaters up in the canyon to try to actually develop trails and systems that will keep visitors here longer. They stay in our hotels here in Salem, but this is very important product, and we secured a $130,000 grant to support this work. We also do an economic development tourism consortium as well, 3 or 4 times a year. We did a partnership with Travel Oregon and Wheel the World, which is all about accessible destinations. This was sort of a brand new thing. We had 10 of our local partners participate in this program. It was worth about $10,000 that we didn't have to pay for, but these partners are featured on this Wheel the World website, which is a booking engine for accessible travel, and Oregon actually was the first state to achieve certification in this fashion in the United States. So really excited to be part of that program. A couple more things here. The Salem-Willamette Valley Air Service, as you're more than familiar with the status of that, we are still having conversations and trying to move the needle forward to secure a carrier. I'm not going to go through these stats. They are in the report that you received, but this is a snapshot of our visitor and what they look like, what they do when they're here on the destination, how much they spend. Lots of great information, top countries of origin, top states of origin, and so forth. We developed our 2025-2030 strategic plan through a year-long process with lots of input from stakeholders in the community, and that is in the works and underway. And then our Salem Tourism Promotion Area that was discussed earlier today, these are some of the things that we accomplished with that work. We purchased a basketball and volleyball flooring that is housed at the Oregon State Fair and Expo Center, the weather cam that we talked about, Expedia advertising, and our very own pickleball tournament, and many, many more things that we do with that. And then lastly, our consumer engagement. We were looking at getting about almost 200 million engagements was our goal, but we achieved 175,000 million engagements, so we beat what we did the year before. But this is about how many times we have to interact with the consumer to get them to actually book in the market. So they might visit our Facebook page, get a visitor guide, go to a visitor center, visit one of our Facebook channel. All of those interactions are counted in this number to try to get folks to come to our market. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Angie. Does anyone have questions? Councilor Nishioka.
No questions, Angie. Thank you very much. I especially love the wheels, the certification for the accessibility. That is fantastic. Appreciate all the work that you do, and thank you for bringing so many people to Salem.
Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Matthews.
Angie, you may not have this the answer to this question, and that's okay, but I was just curious, kind of that last part of your presentation, all the different interactions you guys had to have in order to basically kind of convince someone that this is the right place to travel to. What is kind of the average number of times that a general consumer has to be, I don't know, impacted with a Travel Salem or some version of Salem advertising before they kind of usually commit to this being the destination for them?
Wow, I really wish I had the answer to that, because that would solve a lot of questions that we have as we move through that space. I don't really know the answer to that. They might see an article in Sunset Magazine 8 months before they actually book, or 2 years before they book, or however it is. So we're constantly trying to be in that inspiration phase, getting top of mind awareness, so folks are looking when they're considering, where do we want to go for vacation this year, or where do we want to take the kids, or whatever. or where do we want to bring our convention, we want to be at top of mind there. So we're working in that space in terms of the booking phase as well, and then also afterwards, and trying to get them to share their experience here through their social channels and talk about how wonderful it was to come here. So I really wish I could identify that number for you, but I do know that it most likely takes a lot more than one exposure to get them to decide to come here. But we're not the only ones doing this work. I really want to call out that a lot of our stakeholders are also marketing and promoting their businesses and their experiences. So together as a community, we do this work together. Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. That makes total sense. And I also want to highlight that you're right, we're not the only ones doing this work to bring people to Salem, but we're not the only city that we're competing with. I mean, we are competing with every city out there, and so every city is doing this type of work, and we do it better than most. So good job.
Yeah, good job. I do have a question. I think you said it, but I can't find it in the report. What is our occupancy rate in our hotels right now?
So we're still in our shoulder season. So our I don't know where we are, to be honest, at the moment, because our data, it lags quite a bit. But typically we're in the 60s in this period of the year. We go up to 70s or higher in the summertime and the fall time. But it is seasonal. So one of the comments that I made earlier when we were talking about the STPA is that we target all of our marketing for that program to the shoulder season, which is the hardest time to get folks to come to Salem. So we look at doing special offers. We work with partners that do a lot of different types of experiences that aren't maybe weather related or required. But sorry, I can't answer your question 100%, but I think it's roughly in the 60s at this time of year.
Oh, I think you did great, and I thought I heard 67 or something like that. And I know there's a couple of new hotels coming in to Salem, or one to Salem and one to Kaiser, I think. So I was curious about that. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Anybody else? Questions? Really appreciate your time, Angie. Thanks for hanging in there with us tonight. Okay, we are moving on to item 5B. Looking forward to this. Oh my goodness. The update, the 1 month reach update. Come on down, Chief Graboth.
Well, good evening. Dave Graboth, Fire Chief. Thank you for having me tonight. It's going to take me 1 second here to get this presentation going. Zoom is not coming up for me, buddy. All right, thank you. All right, as I said, thank you for having me tonight. This is the 1 month update on the Rapid Engagement Assessment and Community Health Program. I want to begin tonight, just a few acknowledgements. I want to thank the City Council and City leadership, as well as the Board of Commissioners and County leadership for supporting this program. And although it's new and this is a very short period of time, we've certainly seen some significant benefits. But this work can't be done without the people that are actually doing the work every single day. And so those that have committed to being permanent and full-time, firefighter Scott Alt, EMT Chris Oakland, and then our Marion County Behavioral Health Associate, Mental Health Associate Nate Okada, are doing an amazing job. It takes special people to do this work. And as we go through this presentation tonight, we're going to talk about some data, and we have these incredible professionals that work and do our data analysis, and they are never really recognized. They work in the background, but they have incredible skill. And Sam Ruck, Emily Rodriguez, and then from the county, Alex Copeland, that really helped put this together. So I will get started. So for background for everybody, this was an initiative that was approved on October 13th for the Safe Clean and Healthy Salem initiative. Part of that initiative was a 6-month pilot program for the Rapid Assessment, Engagement, and Community Health, the REACH team. And then in November, the Marion County Board of Commissioners voted to help support the Mental Health Associate as part of this program. So we launched on January 20th of 2026 as an integrated response unit. So we have a Salem Fire Department paramedic, a Salem Fire Department emergency medical technician, and a Marion County Health and Human Services mental health associate. And we respond to medical calls, calls involving mental health, substance use, and complex social needs that we generally are unable to solve with the response that we have currently. So the metrics we're looking at, and I'm going to take a little bit of time because we have so many we're looking at, and I'll go a little bit slow, but the number of patients simply that we encounter, the number of transports by the REACH team and transports to alternative destinations besides Salem Hospital Emergency Department. I will tell you, when we got into this, this was one of those aspirations. You know, we know not everybody needs to go to the emergency room, and never before in our history have we ever transported anybody and to anywhere except the emergency room. So that was certainly an aspiration as we start to see if we can make this happen. Number of calls where a fire company was relieved from a call, the number of calls where an ambulance was relieved, or the number of times that once they were at scene, we can relieve them from a call. Our commitment time, encounters where we've seen patients on more than one occasion, are high utilizers of the 911 system often. What calls require medical interventions and other critical interventions, and the encounters where we're encountering the unhoused, the number of contacts of the high utilizers of our 911 system, the number of patients we stabilize in place, and then organizations, community partners that we're referring to, which are increasing. So just as background, the two areas that the pilot is focusing on is downtown and northeast. And so we started with downtown. And so this is our current response map of the area that we're targeting. And when I say targeting, we, within this polygon, are responding to 911 calls. We have a set incident type that fit into this type of response. And so in this area, we're responding to 911 emergencies, often in place of what would normally be a fire company. So for this first month, it was really related to 911 response. And so we encountered 49 patients over the first month, first 30 days. And so that was actually 18 days of service when you look at weekends and holidays that included. So just put that in perspective, 18 days of service. And with 18 days, 49 patients. And when we look at the composition of the team with medical personnel and the mental health associate who does much more than that but connects with services, roughly half were medical, roughly half fit into that mental health, substance use, or service need, and only 4% crossed over into both of those sections. So when we look at that, I think the composition of our team just this far is really lending itself to address the calls that we have. Between medical and the mental health associate, it is very balanced. So relief of resources, and this is really critically important. So since 2011, the call volume of the Salem Fire Department has gone up 118%. That's significant. In that same amount of time, our on-duty staffing has gone down 4.6%. Our fire companies, our ambulances are incredibly critical resources, and we need to preserve them as much as possible. And so we're trying to respond in the most efficient and effective way possible, knowing that we have not kept up with the pace of growth, and we are getting operationally saturated. So just in that 18-day span, there were 27 times we saved an engine from being dispatched. And what that means is that just on the 911 triage system that we have, we dispatch REACH in place of a fire company. So they didn't even leave the station for that particular moment in time. But they went to other calls. So we didn't relieve them to sit around, relieved them to go to other emergencies because we have so many. And sometimes we've relieved them to be able to go do essential training that can't get done because of so many calls. So 27 times we didn't even call a fire company. 46 times we dispatched an ambulance. 17 of those times we were able to relieve them after they got dispatched. We were able to take care of the issue without needing the ambulance. And then an engine got dispatched 7 times, six times we were able to relieve. So why that's important, out of the 23 dispatches we had, 14, so over 60%, there was a call that happened immediately after that those resources were sent to. And so I just highlighted one here. All these calls were critical calls, but I just highlighted the one that we freed up an ambulance and immediately they were dispatched to West Salem because they're the closest resource. This is a Marion County focused program. We're partnered with Marion County and we know there's needs on both sides of the river. This is a pilot program. We started with Marion County, but this is benefiting the entire city. It's benefiting West Salem by having resources that are available. So it is not just relegated to Marion County. This, to me, is one of the most impressive statistics so far. As I mentioned, we've never before transported to an alternative destination or anywhere other than an emergency room. And we know not everybody needs it. Is there a better way than we get treatment? We're doing it almost 25% of the time in that first month that we have been able to take somebody to a different facility, and the 2 facilities we started with were Marion County Behavioral Health Crisis Center and then Northwest Human Services Homeless Outreach and Advocacy Project. We have now increased that capacity, but just here to have 25% of our calls be able, that normally these would have been emergency room transports. We would have been inundating our emergency room, and frankly, their care wouldn't have progressed. Here we've gotten connected with services, and I'll go over some of the services that we connect with going forward. These are our average commitment times, and so when we free up an engine, we're freeing up an engine that would normally be committed for 18.5 minutes. We're freeing up an ambulance that generally is committed 43 minutes. We're spending about a half an hour on each call right now. We'll see how that goes as we look forward. We're spending certainly more time than we normally would just from an engine company, but we're doing it because of the time that we're taking connecting those with resources. Our unhoused contacts, so this is certainly one of our most vulnerable communities that has a number of the complex issues that we are dealing with, whether it is mental health, substance use, social need or health needs that aren't being addressed because of the situation and aren't seeing primary care. Almost 70% right now, just in that first month, were unhoused in our community. But what's also important is the number of housed here, and many of these are fragilely housed. They are on the verge of becoming unhoused, and we were able to connect with services to remain in a better situation. And that could have been complex health needs that aren't being treated, abusive situations, but getting the right resources so that we're not, that we're preventing people to go into that unhoused category. Just organically, through 911 response, 34% of our calls have been to the highest utilizers of our 911 system. So these are our, we've had people that call, we had one lady that had called since March over 300 times. Significant. We've had, I will just one anecdote, but we had one utilizer of the system that was calling between 40 and 50 times a month. And during the first month, prior to reach, he called 46 times. 46 calls to 911. Very complex health issues, so there is a medical need, but there is also other needs there. We engaged with that person proactively, and the month after our engagement has got down to 5 times. So that's an 89% reduction in just one person. 40 trips to the hospital, 40 trips from a fire engine, 40 trips from an ambulance that we were able to reduce just by one person and making that contact. So certainly seeing success. Community resource referrals. You know, when it says less than 6, this is some county data. County has a data policy that they will not report less than 6 because they don't want somebody to be identifiable. If you only had one person that had a service, there could be identifiable. I will tell you, it's really not important because after next month, we're going to be above 6 in all these categories, and then we'll start getting actual numbers. So, but just it is definitely getting connected with services for sure. And then dispositions, very few patients are not engaging. And that is what is really exceptional. When we have that mental health associate, and we have a special one, it's a special person that does it, but they are coming out to the hardest cases of individuals that won't seek any care, won't seek treatment, and Nate, who is doing it, has gotten these people to open up, to respond, and to be able to open themselves up to care. We've been able to bring them in and get them really the services they need. Arrested is, so we haven't initiated any arrests. We don't do that. But we have responded to somebody in custody. So that's why it says arrested. That was a disposition. They're already in custody, and we went and did a medical evaluation. I will tell you one of the other metrics that we have not fully got yet is, are we able to, or what have we relieved from police department? And so I know we worked with Chief Womack on how can we find this, this metric. I will tell you today, we had an engine company and ambulance respond downtown to what came over as a stroke, and it's just a triage system based on what we thought. They got there with somebody in mental health crisis in a private business, and so they called REACH, wasn't a medical issue. We got that person connected with services. We took them to the Behavior Health Center, actually, and got them connected with services. If we weren't there, that would have been, at least talking to the business owner, they know the person, they would have been trespassed. We would have had to call police to come out and do that. And so now we're like, well, how do we really grasp the savings we're doing for the police department as well? So that's certainly another metric as we're starting to move forward. As I close, I will say this has only been a month, but I am very optimistic about the direction it's going. We are definitely responding in a more thoughtful and coordinated way and getting people the right care at the right time. I want to say thank you for supporting the program so far and the professionals that are doing it every day. It is definitely, I think, a benefit and really our shared goal of a healthier and safer community. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chief, thank you so much. Before we move to questions, could we add maybe time to the clock till 10:30?
I move that we stay in session till 10:30.
Second. We have a motion and a second by Gwen. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay. Chief, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you. This is amazing. It's exactly what we've needed. And I know it's just getting started, which is super exciting to think about the progress we can make on all ends of this, whether it's the emergency department not taking out a fire engine or sending police to something that they can't be helpful with. So thank you so much for all of that. Anyone have any comment or question for the chief? Councillor Nordijk.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Since 2019, I've been trying to make this happen. In 1 month, you're changing lives. I knew it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I add a quick comment?
Yes, please. City Manager Numbury.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, thank you for the report. I just want to take a minute to acknowledge that a lot of behind-the-scenes work on this to come to where we are at. I want to thank the leadership team and for having that brainstorming session as we were looking into the Safe, Clean, and Healthy initiative. Really good work in coming forward with that proposal. And then Chief Gurbot, I do want to acknowledge that your commitment in working with the county to get that additional help that we needed in order to kind of move forward with this. And I have
acknowledged Chief Garbath publicly before, but this, I know he had experience with San Diego in this model. I think one of the reasons why we are able to implement it so quickly, so effectively, because of his leadership and the experience that he brought to the city. So I just want to thank you for the work that you have done on this.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was just overwhelmed. Go right ahead, Councilor Matthews.
Hey, Chief. Well, first, let me kind of echo, the amount of patients you guys have seen. This is month 1, and so obviously the numbers will grow over time. But so some of these questions are going to be kind of out of our process, and understanding that month 1 is hard to pull data on and know, full success or not. So one question I had is, prior to starting the program, one of the concerns was that PD support would be required often. Have you seen that at all? Have we had to have PD support on any of these calls?
I think the calls that we've seen actually has been, we have a great relationship with the homeless support team. I think I saw Officer Bennett here earlier. There he is. Awesome partnership, and I think the PD support to this far that I'm aware of has been PD calling us to assist, and because it was the right resource. I have not yet encountered a time we had to call PD for some issue that was a threat. So I think what that also lends itself, we have very experienced paramedic, EMT, and the mental health professional that is able to really de-escalate and talk to somebody that's in crisis.
Got it. That's perfect. I have like about 4 questions. So
oh, great. Go for
it. Okay, this is a process question, but so I noticed in there, when you presented the transport data, there was reach transports and then medical transports. So I'm assuming from that data that reach transports are only the transports. Reach only basically transport if it's not to the ED, and ambulance transports if it is to the ED.
Those are it was just interventions. Okay. Medical intervention versus what we called a reach intervention was a mental health or substance use, some kind of intervention. So it wasn't necessarily transports. The transports themselves, total, I can go back, but the total number of transports that were by the team was I think 17 or something, but that was on both.
Yeah, I had one here that said reach transports 12, reach encounters 49, so I just assumed, but then there was another one that talked about transports being 33 transports in total. So I'm assuming from the 12 to the 33 is the difference, that those were transported by ambulance?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then are we keeping any, because one of the biggest, I guess, benefits to this program, our ambulances are going to transport to ED, whether it was the reach team that showed up or an ambulance showed up. So really the big win program, or for the program in my mind, are those 12 patients. It's not necessarily the 49, it's the 12, right? And so of those 12, are we keeping any long-term data on them to know that the transport wasn't just a transport to whatever the program was, but this was actually effective for them?
Yep, and that's where I mentioned having that one. So I'll go back 1 second. So I mentioned the first month was really 911 response, right? Yeah. And that was certainly a goal for us to do. The next iteration of the program is proactive engagement, and that's where we've started now with the high utilizer that I mentioned. It called 46 times and then went down to 5. That was a result of proactive engagement of somebody that had called repeatedly. So when we found a slice in time, they weren't in a crisis, that we engaged them and they were able to get connected with services and go into that system. So we are tracking that, absolutely. It's been a month.
Yeah,
right? So,
month one you
but
wouldn't
yes,
have it.
that is, yeah. And that's one of the benefits I think of working with the county too, is that they have so many resources. They have a different tracking system of when somebody enters into community resources, they have a very thorough tracking mechanism that goes forward.
Well, and that might answer some of the next question, which is, with an average, I guess, approximate call time of about 30 minutes, 49 calls, 24 and a half hours, but 160 hours of labor for the last 30 days. I'm assuming that it's going to be outreach is what they'll be doing on non-contact time. We'll be doing outreach into camps or whatever other high volume users.
Yeah, we just worked with HST last week, right? We were doing the camp clean. I was under the bridge, I believe, or there were some large encampment cleanups. We were out there proactively on the days prior, and meeting the individuals there and providing resources. So there's many hours of work that's not really captured on this alone. There's a proactive outreach, there's data collection, and really the first month, the first couple weeks is getting our feet under us on, okay, how are we responding? What's the data collection look like? And I will tell you, since that time, the number of contacts has gone up tremendously because it's really just flowing well now.
That makes sense. Yeah. Do you get your contacts or do you get your calls off of 911 dispatch then? Because I know a user earlier, a community member, was talking about 988 and not knowing exactly how to reach. I think that was a public comment we got earlier today. So what is the best way for them to reach?
For us, it's 911. 911, and we do a triage system at our dispatch center. Okay. If it's appropriate, if we feel it's appropriate.
All right. I'll ask this last question, and this is just it's more of a comment of what I'll be looking at, one of the things going forward, but do we have a target, and if we don't yet, I think it'd be nice to have one in the future, about what kind of a cost per patient analysis we're looking for? So like right now, we're hitting somewhere around, if we look at the 12, it's about $16,000 per patient. If we look at the 49, it's about $4,000 per patient. But I want to kind of know, like, where is our goal for cost analysis of where this makes sense?
Yep, and what's the return on investment? I would agree, right? And so one is, return on investment, I think, is keeping it's not fiscal maybe, but it's keeping our units available. Our units are so busy, and can we keep them available for more acute calls and serve the community in a better way? I feel that's a return on investment. As far as the cost per patient, we are working with Salem Health. We're looking at all the data they have, how we can use which patients have been there previously, what's the history, and then what would be a typical treatment cost. Also, when I mentioned we had somebody that we reduced 41 calls in a month, right? That's only one patient contact, but that's 41 contacts that we didn't have to do, right? Or, theoretically, right? But definitely if we see our high utilized users go down, which we're seeing right now when we're contacting proactively, there's a return on investment there that we're not having to take them to the emergency room 40 times or providing ambulance treatment or whatever it is, certainly.
I thought those were great answers. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add a little something about the data nerds. We were in that meeting, Councilor Varney, when we met them, the young folks that came on board to do that job, kind of a little bit building the plane as they fly, and have just done a fabulous job of helping to track and design the spreadsheets that need to do all that business. So I think they're the unsung heroes sometimes. So here's to the data nerds.
I will tell you, becoming a data-informed organization, I really feel that we are now, and it's because of them. And even how we deploy our ambulances and what times, and we're looking at all this data. And Councilor Tigan, we are looking on climate data to see, we're working on it. It's not the top right now. I'm trying to get this stuff done, but that is definitely something I've already brought to him about, is a reduction in call volume benefiting our climate tactical plan, right? So they are awesome, and yeah, I can't say enough about it. It is just some of those positions that are thankless and don't really get recognition, but critically important and skilled.
And this is how we go about making good decisions with good information. So thank you so much, Chief. Councilor Varney.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and boy, this is so encouraging. You mentioned West Salem, and I just wanted to clarify. So is the benefit to West Salem the fact that they're just units made available and the REACH team doesn't come over into West Salem? Is that what you said?
Well, I think there's more than, that is what I said, but I think there's more than that benefit. And the fact is that we have many people that are very vulnerable that are crossing that bridge every day. And so many people that we have treated in Marion County, later that night might have been in West Salem, and now they're off the street and not going back there. So I think there is a trickle down crescendo effect that by providing the service anywhere in the city, we're seeing benefits throughout the city.
Sure, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Bang.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you for the presentation. This is great news, heading in the right direction. And so this 1 month of data that you're presenting to us, that is just focused on the REACH team activity in downtown Salem. Is that correct?
Yep.
At what point is the REACH team going to shift focus or expand their service area to Northeast Salem?
It'll be a shift. It won't be we don't have a budget authority for an expansion at this time, but it will be a shift after 3 months. We're looking at moving over to Northeast, particularly Lancaster corridor, and in that area where we have very similar challenges.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown, did you have something?
I do not.
Thank you. Anyone else? Chief, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are moving on to information reports. I'll just read through them. If you need to, just stop me, please. Item 6A, the Salem Police Department update, the annual Salem crime statistics and other departmental data. Item 6B, the 2025 Climate Action Plan Annual Progress Report. Item 6C, the 2026 Climate Action Plan Work Plan. And that does it for information reports. Moving on to ordinances. Item 7.1, first reading.
Ordinance Bill number 426, an ordinance relating to tourism promotion, amending SRC section 38.020.
I move to advance ordinance bill number 4-26 to second reading for passage.
Do we have a second? Second. Second from Barney. Any further discussion? Thank you. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councillor Matthews.
Aye.
Councillor Gwynn.
Nay.
Councillor Brown.
Aye.
Councillor Vang.
Nay.
Councillor Nordyke. Councillor Varney.
Aye.
Councillor Tigan.
Aye.
Councillor Nishioka.
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Motion passes. We're moving on. We have no second readings. We have one person signed up for public comment, Kathleen Treppa. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please come forward, press the button. Please announce your name, your ward, or your address for the record.
Thank you very much. Kathleen Treppa, Ward 7. I know it's late and everybody wants to go home. So in my previous life, we used to call this the silly season as a staff member, right? We're officially into the campaign season for the city council. I moved here in the fall of 2023, and I was surprised for the 2024 campaign season to see so many campaign signs in the public right-of-way. The vast majority of those were Julie Hoy's when you were running for mayor, and at the time I thought that the city just didn't regulate campaign signs, that it was okay to put them all out there. But I learned last week that, in fact, that's not okay. The city does regulate campaign signs, and they are prohibited from the public right-of-way, on fences, and in empty lots and fields. So in the larger context of what is happening nationally and internationally now, complaining about illegally placed political signs might sound a little stupid, but for me it's not. It's an indication of respect. It's respect for the agency you want to represent, or already do. It's respect for staff who put the effort into developing those regulations, and respect for the colleagues that considered those regulations and voted for those regulations. So if you want to run for office, or if you want to run again for public office and you don't have the integrity to respect the rules or to uphold them, then I respectfully suggest that you shouldn't run, because this isn't about picking or choosing what rules or laws you want to follow. Integrity and respect mean you follow and uphold those laws. You take an oath of office saying you're going to swearing that you're going to uphold the laws, and then some candidates decide to violate that, and they just put their signs out willy-nilly, even though they know that they're not in appropriate locations. I was also told that public employees on personal time placed many of those signs, and I would really hope that our city employees on personal time are not doing that. Everybody obviously is entitled to their personal opinions, and their own political affiliations. However, it's a really bad look if our own employees are actually placing those signs out knowingly in inappropriate locations. So I really hope that as signs get deployed throughout the community, all the candidates will abide by the sign regulations that are included and linked to the elections page. I looked that up today. The rules are very clear. They don't belong in the right-of-way or on the fences. I'm going to call in the illegal signs, and I hope the city removes them. I've worked for several cities, and every one of those cities removed those signs. So you have a lot of employees out in the field, public works, parks, community services. They can pull those signs and throw them in the back of the trucks and then have the candidates go pick them up. So I really hope we don't see the proliferation of signs. Thank you.
All right. City Attorney Atchison.
So just a point of order on 7-1A, Councilor Brown wanted to change his vote. Councilor Brown, can you speak to that?
Yes. Go from yes to nay. Thank you, Madam Recorder. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
And Amy, if you could just verify the number of aye votes that for the ordinance to make sure it passed.
Yes, I can verify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, City Manager Nombury.
Sorry, I'm sorry that I'm a little too late on this, but I just don't want to miss this opportunity on 6A with the Salem Police Department update on the crime statistics. So we are, moving in the right direction. So I just want to acknowledge the work Chief Womack and his team have done on this. So it's a good report to read. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bang.
Yes, joining City Manager, I'm also late to item 6A. Something that got me involved in local government, particularly our city, is because of traffic concerns in my neighborhood. And I'm glad to see that in the police report to council, there is a big single-page report about how we are actively addressing traffic concerns and traffic safety in the city of Salem, and how we have been able to reduce the fatalities by half in 1 year. And I think that demonstrates how serious our city and our community takes traffic safety seriously. And I look forward to continuing to see that number decline and actively working on solutions with that. Thank you.
Anyone else? We are adjourned.